Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Friday, the 26th of May. Today, an 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster. An investigation's ongoing, with police appealing to the public for any information. Homeowners are told to brace for a rise in mortgage rates. Uncertainty after the latest inflation figures has forced some lenders to raise fixed-term deals to more than 5%.
Rishi Sunak faces yet more backlash from his own party. Some MPs have concerns over the safety of their seat after net migration reached a new record of 606,000. And brace for turbulence. Half-term holidays could be sent into chaos, with yet more strikes threatening to stop thousands of summer holidays.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
We start with important news this morning. I'm going to get a knighthood.
Sir
Apparently.
Dixon.
Sir Stephen, it would be.
Oh, Sir Stephen.
Sir Stephen, or Lord Dixon, if you've got a peerage.
Lord Dixon.
Not that I've been practising.
Oh.
But apparently, Rishi Sunak wants to knight more Northerners to level things up.
Yes, this is a good side of levelling up.
It's excellent.
The likes of yourself.
Excellent.
Very good idea.
Because apparently, like, most people who get an honour or a knighthood or anything is Southerners. So there you go.
Do you think...
Like
I
you.
still want to be in the running.
Do you?
So what's he trying to do, 50-50?
I don't know how it'd work. I don't know. But this is a piece on the Times this morning.
So how quickly do you think you'll get
Well,
the
they
call
should
up?
do it instantly.
Well, yes.
I mean, I'm ready to serve.
Ready to serve.
So, yes, Sir Stephen.
Sir Stephen really suits you. As does
nice,
Lord
isn't it?
Dixon. It's got a lovely ring to it.
Lovely ring to it. But unfortunately, written into this, there's no guarantee that I will get a nod, sadly. Should do.
Oh, no, it does. He's not wrong. It does need levelling up. 1 in 5 recipients lived in London. Less than 3% come from the northeast. Less than 3%.
Oh, well, I'm northwest, and we don't
It's
worry
northwest,
about northeast.
but it can't be. Yeah, so it needs doing. A step away from the London metropolitan elite.
This is it. How many are from Essex?
Probably not many, I want to say. I don't think we've got.
Well, there you go. You could be in line.
I can help with
Dame Ellie.
Yeah, Dame. Oh, is that what I'd be?
Yeah. Baroness.
Baroness Ellie. Or Dame Ellie.
Dame would be,
yeah. I'd have to go Dame.
Dame.
And Lady Costello, I adore.
Yeah.
I'm really up for that. So, Rishi, if you're listening, we are ready to serve anytime. I can represent Essex, you can represent the North West.
Yeah, no, fine.
Between us, we'll be doing a very good job.
Yeah, I think so. Bear that in mind. Anyway, if you've got any thoughts on that, gbviews at gbnews.uk. Probably your thoughts are not a chance, you two, which is fair enough, I should say.
I think you've got more chance than I do at this point.
Do you use that just moulder?
No,
Yeah,
well,
highlighting
you're
the fact the mould.
established and you're northern.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true.
And you're well liked, my friend.
Now, there's some... Honestly, when these sort of things happen, it causes a lot of concern about what, in sort of what it goes on with police chases and all that sort of thing, anything to do with police vehicles. But, of course, you've got to think of the families involved in these sort of incidents. And an 11-year-old boy, we're told, is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster.
Yes, local police said they were attending an emergency call last night when the collision occurred, with the boy being taken to Royal Lancaster Infirmary in critical condition.
Now, the Independent Office for Police Conduct says it has opened an independent investigation into the actions of officers before the incident.
Well, a police spokesperson has said that our thoughts are with the child's loved ones at this time. An investigation is underway to establish the full circumstances that led to the collision. We have voluntarily referred this matter to the IOPC, as is standard with an incident of this nature.
No, I just think it's... I mean, you've got to think of the family first and foremost, and that little boy. But you do need to know what goes on with these sort of things. Obviously, we had that incident involving the police and who were escorting the Duchess of Edinburgh.
Yes.
The other week. I can't remember where that happened. Was it in Windsor or...? It was down south
Yeah.
somewhere, wasn't it? And that lady, unfortunately, has passed away.
Passed away, I think,
Since.
81 years old.
You know, so I mean, these things, these accidents do happen, but you absolutely need to know what is going on and why it has happened.
Yes, of course, and there will be an investigation into that. I mean, it's understood that this little boy, 11 years old, was crossing the road at the time. So that's what's believed to have been happened. It was at about 8:30 last night. So there will be an investigation now. The boy is in critical condition in hospital. And please God, he pulls through. You've just got to think of the family at this time, don't you?
Well, we'll keep you up to date with that as and when we get any more information. But let's just remind you what happened yesterday. Do you remember that remarkable footage? And a man has actually been arrested now after that car crashed into security gates of Downing Street yesterday afternoon.
Yes, Met Police have confirmed that no one was injured during the incident and it's currently not being treated as terror-related. Here's the footage on your screens now if you're watching on TV. It's a silver car that kind of makes its way across Whitehall. Not at great speed, it must be said.
I mean, it slowed down. I think it's...
Slowed down, didn't it? And then it hits the gates and you can just see a man being put on the floor by officers there.
Yes.
Obviously a very quick reaction from officers on the ground.
Yeah, no damage to the gates or anything, so you do wonder quite what this is all about. But anyway, we'll get more information on that as and when. The PM was in at the time, maybe looking over those migration figures that have come out. Net migration hitting a record 606,000 people, which is causing a lot of concern, actually. Let's talk to the CEO and founder of Youth Vote UK, Alexander Cairns, who's here in the studio. Good to see you this morning.
Morning.
I mean, look, can we talk about the migration figures? I mean, Rishi Sunak seems to be saying, well, look, this is down to relocation schemes for people from Hong Kong. It's down to Ukraine. Nevertheless, you can understand why people are looking at these figures and not very happy.
Yeah, and I do understand the concern. Obviously, Conservative governments for a long time have kind of over-promised on this to say that they can get it down to the tens of thousands. We famously heard David Cameron saying that a long time ago, that he could get that down. The reality is it's a very, very complicated issue, and again, they're kind of simplifying it. People don't talk about in these figures, there's a lot of international students that come over that are very important for the economy. It's not just migrants, and I think people need to realise that if you just turn off the tap, there's a lot of skilled workers. Students obviously add a lot of value to the economy. So I appreciate people are concerned, but the answer is not just to not let people come in, because we do need them, especially as we've seen, you know, lots of field workers, for example, picking kind of vegetables, etc. These are skilled workers that are kind of baked into these figures. You've got Brits coming back, so it's very complicated. And again, Rishi Sunak's under pressure. I get that, but you know, I don't really know where they're going to bring down these figures, because the economy needs a lot of people coming in.
Well, the Immigration Minister, Robert Jenrick, he said he wants British employers to focus on hiring British people to fill these vacancies. I mean, is that possible, do you think? Is that the way to go with this?
Yeah, so again, it's really simplifying a complicated issue. It depends on the type of work. What we see quite often in social care, again in farming, is they're not able to get the British workers. It might be to do with pay, and I do appreciate sometimes, you know, from a pay perspective, some Brits don't want to work at certain levels. I get that, but then the companies need the workers. So what's the solution? They're not going to leave these vacancies kind of unfilled. They need those individuals to come in. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the argument here is that, I mean, Brexit, although Brexit, the migration question around Brexit was about free movement, right? But there was a general sentiment that that the British people wanted to, not stop migration, but reduce migration figures. Now, there's an argument for that. To maintain them would be fair enough, but to see them rise to this level does raise a lot of questions. You understand why people are not happy with this, because it's the opposite of what they wanted to see happen.
But what's really interesting is in these figures, we're actually seeing the majority are non-EU. So actually there's a lot of narrative about what was promised at Brexit. But again, this is showing that actually the migration figures at the time from EU nationals versus outside of the EU was never really an issue. And again, outside of the EU, we always have had control on how many people can come in. So it's showing that the economy is always reliant, not just to do with Brexit, it's always relied on international international individuals to come in from a visa perspective to work in all parts of the economy. And without those workers, we've seen hospitality. Hospitality has taken a massive cut since Brexit because not just EU nationals, non-EU nationals have not wanted to come here. We need to kind of bring down the rhetoric, the narrative, because the figures I know are concerning to some people, but they're going to see a big, big issue if we don't get those workers into all parts of the economy.
David Cameron pledged to get net migration below 100,000, didn't he? So we're now more than 6 times the amount of that pledge. But was that ever a sensible pledge in the first place? Could you ever be in the tens of thousands in terms of migration?
No, I never. I understand why he did that. Again, politically, it worked at the time. He was on a lot of pressure. Let's remember, he was in coalition at the time with the Lib Dems. He wanted to get that majority at the 2015 election. Obviously, migration with Tory voters is a big, big issue. I understand that, but it was never realistic. We're talking about tens of thousands as a net amount for a country of 60 million. It's not realistic. I understand that there's a concern. The numbers are going up. But again, the ministers need to be really honest about the fact that probably the numbers will continue to rise for the next few years until, from a kind of skills perspective, the education system changes. You know, we need individuals to be encouraged to go into the sorts of jobs that obviously migrants and individuals that are given visas are going into. Because again, you need those people in those roles, or the economy starts to suffer, and it's already suffering, and we can't have more of that, to be honest.
But it's this strange situation because we're talking about this. I mean, you're talking about the job side of this, right?
Yes.
There are vacancies to fill, therefore we get people in. We can't continue as an island nation to keep them. No wonder they're saying we need to build 30,000 houses a fortnight, whatever it is at the minute. We're filling up, aren't we? I mean, quite literally. I mean, that's not a loaded rhetoric. It's just a reality of living on an island.
And I understand, and the numbers aren't great. However, individuals need to understand that on the one hand, everyone is concerned about migration, but then there is lots of jobs that clearly the company have gone to market. I've seen lots of individuals where they've gone through recruitment processes, not necessarily agreed on, say, the salaries. I think there's a salary issue here, right? Because a lot of companies obviously need lots of individuals at that lower end, and a lot of Brits are not prepared to work at that level, so they have to go internationally to find those individuals. And I get it's not, you know, that's...
But then there's a question about if those Brits who aren't working are deciding not to work, or whether they're claiming unemployment. For saying we can't get a job, and there's a difference between the two, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a difference, and I think the government talk about kind of economically inactive. People need to be really realistic about that. If they're so concerned about the figures, and I understand that, then people need to understand those jobs need to be filled, and if people want to apply for those roles, and we want to do British first, absolutely fine. But a lot of the time they don't want to apply for those sorts of jobs, and there needs to be filled for the economy to work. So the government needs to be honest. The migration figures will get worse before they get better, because this is a long-term thing about individuals' kind of perspective on those sorts of jobs. And at the moment, they kind of turn their nose up at them, to be honest.
OK.
The latest possible date for Rishi Sunak to call an election is probably, January 2025? Has he got time to turn these figures around?
Unlikely, I would say. And I think what you're going to see is he's going to be talking, probably blaming Ukraine, blaming Hong Kong. It's very easy for him to... But actually, people look at the detail, they'll realise that actually it's far more complicated. Only a small portion of those numbers are from those kind of geopolitical events. A lot of those numbers are because the economy needs those individuals to come in, and you'll see probably it's going to get worse before it gets better.
OK. Alexander, good to see you. Thanks very much
really
indeed.
Good to see
What do you make of all of that? Because, I mean, you have to say, it's not about people coming in and getting their hands on benefits and all the rest of it. It's people coming in to work in the economy, right, contributing to the economy, make it all tick along. That's a good thing in some respects. But it's a lot of people heading onto our shores, which isn't necessarily what people want. So how do we balance it out?
How do we balance it out? And the student visa issue is very interesting as well. It's something like 40% are coming through universities. And many of them are just students that come, do their study and then leave again. But many bring families with them as well, dependents. And that's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I mean, if they're married with children, you can understand that. If they're bringing other sort of dependents in, I don't know. Maybe that needs to be looked at in a bit more detail.
I think the rules are changing now so that it's only postgraduate students who can bring families. So that will bring the numbers down, but not to the extent
No.
that perhaps Rishi Sunak would like them to be. So let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, at 6:14, MPs are warning that the government's levelling up policy must change its approach or remain unlikely to achieve its objectives. A cross-party report found it has significant flaws and a lack of transparency is hindering progress for achieving regional economic equality. The report found a lack of long-term funding for local councils is threatening levelling up failure.
The founder and leader of a far-right militia group has been sentenced to 18 years in prison for his role in the Capitol Hill riot. It's the longest jail term given over the January the 6th incident that sought to keep Donald Trump in the White House. Stuart Rhodes was sentenced for conspiracy. He claims he's a political prisoner who, like Trump, was trying to oppose people who were destroying his country.
The Prince of Wales will meet Grenfell survivors and bereaved families ahead of the 6th anniversary of the tragedy. Prince William will also visit Queen's Park Rangers Football Club to find out how they provided support following the Tower blaze. The Grenfell fire claimed 72 lives in 2017. Do you know, I'm absolutely parched this morning.
Are you? Well, you got some more milk delivered to you, didn't you? Your tea was a bit too strong.
Tea was even too
Call
strong,
yourself a
even
northerner?
for me. Even for me.
There's a great story in the Mail this morning that apparently Gen Z...
Now, what's Gen Z?
1997 or after.
Right, so the younger ones.
The children.
Children. Sorry,
They're very
Zach,
young, very
our
young.
producer,
Yeah,
who's
our
Gen
producer
Z.
is Gen Z.
Is he?
Well, apparently, Zach, you don't want marriage and you don't want kids.
Oh.
You want fur babies. That's pets.
Oh, I
apparently.
see. Not
So you
furry
want-
children.
Well, I thought of those little owls that you used to get. What are they called? Furbies, I think they were called.
Oh, Furbies.
That's what I thought it meant. But yes, apparently adults in their 20s want cats and dogs. And that's a traditional milestone now, rather than marriage or buying a house.
Right.
Because they're affordable. Cats and dogs are more affordable.
Ooh, still costs a lot of money, though.
Does it?
It's the upkeep, isn't it? And the vet's bills
Well,
and
Timmy just lived the life of luxury.
Yeah, but no, they're a big commitment. They're a big commitment. But it's interesting because you do tend to think of people in their early 20s, you sort of think as being very young. But, you know, it's something like in my parents' day, everyone was married by sort of 20, 21 and had kids by 23, 24, and it was just... I don't know, we're growing up more slowly now.
1 in 5...
We're living longer.
We are, yeah. 1 in 5 16 to 24-year-olds have acquired a pet. And apparently the pandemic, being at home, working from home, means a lot of them go out and get a dog or a cat.
You've not got a pet, have you?
No. I'd like a dog. Love a dog. But it's the time. And you have to be able to go for a walk every single day. It's probably quite nice, to be fair.
Yeah, you've got to.
It's a responsibility, isn't it? It's a responsibility, and you can't really go on holiday
Well,
easily.
got to think about it more.
Got to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Oh well, if you're a Gen Zer with a pet or thinking about a pet, let us know.
Or you know a Gen Zer, are they likely to buy a flat or get married anytime soon, or are they more likely to buy a dog or a cat?
Or if you're a Gen Zer with a spouse, a mortgage, and a whole host of children, that'd be quite interesting to hear from because
Let
you're
us know.
bucking the trend, apparently.
Certainly are.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, caught my eye this morning. Fur babies.
Now, we were talking about net migration just a moment ago. 606,000 people made this country their home. But that does raise the question, how do we house everybody?
Yes, rents and house prices are sky high and supply has shown little signs of budging. Well, later this morning, we're going to be getting the quarterly figures on starts and completions of new housing.
So let's talk to founder and director of Number One Real Estate, Katie Darlow, who joins us now. Katie, good to see you this morning. I mean, what do you think we are likely to see in terms of starts and completions of new properties?
I think recently we've seen a huge increase in the new build homes being built, certainly in our area in South Wales, but generally with colleagues I speak to in the rest of the country as well. And this, I only think, can be a good thing for the housing market because as soon as new build homes are actually built, it does kickstart the housing market around it. People decide to move, people upsize, and with that, then we get part exchanges. chains are built as a result of it. So it only increases the activity in the housing market.
Katie, what's your take on new builds? Because there has been some coverage in the press questioning their quality in some instances. In terms of your work with consumers and people that you work with to help to buy their homes, how are they finding being in a new build?
We've seen a mixture. It depends not so much on the developer. There's some brilliant developers out there where people are extremely happy with the end result. But only a couple of years ago, we had a problem with a certain developer in the area where the completions weren't ready a week before and had serious issues where the houses actually had to come down again. And that was a huge nightmare for anybody buying there. So I think that the developers really have to be careful to make sure that their end result and completed properties are a really good standard, especially with today's criteria.
What do you make on the rental market at the moment? Because I know there is quite a lot of concern amongst landlords, isn't there? There's not only is there new legislation going through, but we are seeing a situation where a lot of landlords are just finding themselves not making enough money, not having enough turnover to actually keep paying the mortgage, basically. And we seem to see a lot of landlords selling up at the moment.
Yeah. Do you know, it's really difficult for landlords. So the rental prices have increased dramatically. So rent at the moment for something that we saw that used to be $550 a month is now $850, $900 a month. So firstly, for the tenants, it's a huge change. But for the landlords, they can't keep up with the changing criteria and also the interest rate changes. You know, if you're stuck on a deal that's changing every single time the base rate's increased, some people's mortgages have nearly tripled within a year, and it's just not sustainable. And unless they can sell those houses in the next sort of few months and actually evict their tenants in order to sell the property, we are going to potentially see more repossessions this year, I think, as a result of that.
Oh, that's a shame. Katie, you're down in South Wales. What's the market looking like down there? Because we know that supply across the country is sky high at the moment.
Do you know, the market for us has been really, really busy. We were really concerned as to how it might look after Christmas, and we had all of the governmental changes last year. Yet from January to now, we've actually seen a busier market than ever, really. The market is different, though, I will say that. It's not moving as fast-paced with every property this year like last year. But what you do see at the minute is viewers are viewing 6, 7, 8 houses before they make a decision. There's a lot more choice for buyers coming to the market, which is actually bringing the prices slightly down. So activity in our area, although I do believe we are in a little pocket where we are with Bristol and Cardiff coming into Newport, it is really, really strong at the moment. So I know that I've got agents that I work with near London and other areas where they have seen different markets there, and it really has slowed down, and the new builds in their areas have been taking much longer to complete than before. So they've struggled a bit with this, and often we see that 3 months later down the M4 corridor.
No, it's going to be... Well, look, it's certainly an interesting sector to keep an eye on. Katie, thanks very much indeed. It looks like you've got sun streaming through your window. Has it been a nice week there?
Do you know, it's really nice that finally we've actually seen some nice weather this week, and it's supposed to go into the weekend, so that'll be lovely for the Maybank holiday now. But yeah, it's a lovely morning here again, so can't fault that.
Lovely. You enjoy it. Katie, really good to see you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
I forget people have bank holiday weekends. Obviously, we don't have them. So bank holiday, another one?
A long weekend,
Must be nice, must be nice.
Must be very nice.
I hope it's sunny for you all.
Yeah, well, the weather has been very nice, hasn't it?
Yeah, have you got to enjoy it this week?
A little bit. I've been out in the garden a little bit. I'm fine.
Oh, you are peeling a little bit,
Am
you
I
know. I said to him, how's your ear?
Is it peeling?
Yeah, right at the top here. Can you feel that?
Is that a dry bit? Pick it off. Pick it off.
No. To be fair, you did that for me.
I hadn't realised I was peeling.
Yeah.
There you go.
He got burnt last week.
Yeah, I did, yeah. But I've been putting sun cream on this week. So there you go.
Oh, look, we're set to bask in 24-degree heat this weekend.
Oh, 24, that's the hottest it's been.
Yep. So you're going to need your sun cream this weekend.
Will do, yeah. So there you go.
Get caught out.
Be prepared, ladies and gents, be prepared. Now, we've got much more to come, including DeSantis versus Trump. Which one could be taking on Joe Biden to try to become the next president of the United States? This is GB News.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me. So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You're watching Listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. 6:27. Good morning to you. Mike's been in touch already. Morning, Stephen and Ellie, says the viewer who recommended scrambled eggs on Marmite toast last weekend was spot on. I had it for breakfast on Monday and it is outstanding.
Do you know what? We all had the same idea, because when I got home last weekend, what did I have? Scrambled eggs on toast.
Did you?
Because we'd been talking about it too much. I was craving it. So clearly Mike had the same idea.
Yeah, did you try the Marmite thing?
I don't like Marmite, so it's a no from me, but I did have scrambled eggs on toast. Have you tried it?
No, I haven't yet, no.
You said that you like the sound of it.
I do like the sound of it. I love Marmite. Love it. I'm one of those proper full-on... I'd have anything mixed with Marmite.
Stop, I hate it.
I tried it in porridge once.
Steve?
No, I did, because Christine Hamilton recommended it. Spoonful of Marmite in porridge. Actually, no.
Okay.
It wasn't nice.
So you'd have it in anything but porridge?
But it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you've got any breakfast delights, GB Views at gbnews.uk.
Yeah, and what are you up to in the sunshine this weekend? It's meant to be sunny, 24 degrees on your bank holiday. Let us know what you're up to. I'd like to know if you're heading to the coast or sitting in the garden or doing some gardening, or what else do people do in the sunshine? Barbecue.
Barbecue. Oh, barbecue. It might be barbecue weather this
Let
weekend.
us know.
That'd be nice.
I'd
That would be
like
nice.
to know what you're like.
Of course, it's always sunny in Florida. Well, nearly always, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't mind
They
being
call
there.
it, they call it the Sunshine State.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has now officially joined the race for the 2024 presidential election.
Yes, the 44-year-old announced his White House bid during a live event with Elon Musk on Twitter. However, technical issues did overshadow the event.
Yes, just a little bit. Instead of actually sort of watching what was going on, you were treated instead to half an hour of Twitter crashing and listening to staff chatting while they were trying to fix the tech. Let's talk to commentator Scotty Nell Hughes, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. I mean, it's not a great start to this campaign, got to be honest.
Good morning, Stephen and Ellie. And you're right, it is very hot in Florida for both candidates. But if the last 24 hours have shown us anything about this latest turn in the Republican presidential primary politics, it shows that Governor Ron DeSantis might be a very well-decorated war hero from the United States military, but I hope he kept his Kevlar, because he is going to be the main target and the main person that is going to be the Donald Trump is going to target for the next 8 months, the pounding that his surrogates and him will get.
Really interesting, isn't it, the way that he's premiered his announcement. He didn't do the traditional rally or a TV announcement. It was on a social media platform. I mean, it goes with his brand, doesn't it, to go against the establishment and go against the mainstream media in that way.
Well, Ellie, you bring up a very good point, except for the fact that Governor Ron DeSantis keeps trying, if anything, his campaign needs to put Donald Trump as sort of being this Hollywood celebrity type figure that's kind of just all about the one-liners and gaining attention, and there's not much substance to it. Ron DeSantis is continuing to try to put things out there to show that he has action behind his words. So that's why it's a little ironic that he took to Twitter to make his announcement. Now, take the policy out of it. If you're just looking at the candidate himself, there's not a single person that I have found outside of the actual DeSantis camp that says that this was a successful launch. And when you're looking at something like Twitter and sort of the platform that made Donald Trump a household name, where people, both media and individuals, woke up every morning with bated breath to see Donald Trump's tweet, it's kind of odd, ironic, in fact, that Ron DeSantis decided to launch like this on a platform when I think it would have probably been more beneficial if he would have just done the traditional announcement. Because I think that if any conservatives are looking towards Ron DeSantis, they're wanting to have the same sort of leadership and strength that they saw in Trump, but maybe not so much of the theater that they got to know of during the 4 years of presidency, and definitely the year on the campaign trail leading up to it.
And what's interesting is how Donald Trump has responded, though, on Twitter, it would seem, with. But he's not only had a go at DeSantis and the sort of failure of the launch, if you like, but he's having a go at Elon Musk and SpaceX here as well, which I wonder if that's slightly dangerous territory.
It is slightly dangerous in the fact that whoever the candidate is, they're going to need Twitter. Twitter is still extremely, probably the most powerful platform when it comes to social media and politics today. So obviously Donald Trump, and this is how I think you're going to see the campaign. Remember, back in 2016, we saw a little taste of it, of how he went up against Ted Cruz and obviously the constant barrage. Now, you're going to see Donald Trump in 2024 go up against anybody, but especially his number one contender, which is Ron DeSantis, and anyone in Ron DeSantis' camp. He's going to do everything he can to discredit. So, of course, Elon Musk, by doing this, the line has been drawn in the sand, and Donald Trump considers to be Elon Musk fair game. Whether that is good for his campaign, that's one can debate that.
Scotty, as you say, not the most successful of launches for Ron DeSantis last night. Do you think that he has what it takes to beat Trump at this?
Well, that's taking it lightly. I think probably in the history of failed campaign launches, I think Ron DeSantis is probably going to rank up there. Like I said, take your personal feelings about the candidate himself. There's no one that looked at this and saw, with all of the technical mistakes that got out there, that was the story this morning. It wasn't Ron DeSantis running for president. We were talking not only about the failure of the technical side, but we were talking about Donald Trump's response. Once again, we're talking about Donald Trump, which always plays back into Trump. So does he have the gumption? At this stage, it doesn't matter necessarily if he has the gumption. It's more about the Democrats, and the fact that we're not talking about any of the other candidates in the Republican field shows that right now this is a race between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, and that works very well for Trump, and more importantly, works very well for the Democrats, because there's no damage that they can do to the Republican nominee, whether it is Trump or DeSantis, that they aren't doing more to themselves right now and splitting this space up.
What do you make of the claim that's made, and I don't know if it's true or not, but you'll have a better idea, that Trump is the only candidate that Biden can beat?
That's up for debate. It depends on which camp you're talking about right now. Once again, as long as we continue to have, and it's the same issue that we had in 2020, as long as it's up to really these state legislators to make sure that we have faith restored back into the election integrity that each state does. That is the one thing about the United States. There's not a constant rule to elections. So as long as we have integrity in these elections itself, which is controlled by the individual state legislators, then there's a chance. But until we can restore that integrity, until we can make sure that we have there's no voter fraud going on, there's no actual the voters are not, suppression is not happening. It doesn't matter if Jesus Christ ran for the Republican nomination. We will never see the White House again.
OK. Scotty Nell Hughes, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. And she must have stayed up late for us, actually.
She must have done.
5 hours back in Florida. It was 1 in the morning.
She was in Nashville.
Oh, she was in Nashville, was she? Well, I'm glad.
Nashville, home of country music. Nashville, Tennessee. I bet they're probably mourning Tina Turner there.
I bet. We should have asked her about that.
That was a shocker. Well, I say a shocker. I didn't know. She'd been ill for a long time. Didn't know.
No, I didn't know that.
She was one of those artists that I always said if she ever went back on tour in the UK, I would have bought tickets.
Oh, you love Tina.
Just that she was just a remarkable woman and a remarkable performer. But anyway.
What a story. I mean, what a life story. She had a really, really difficult life. Alongside all the worldwide fame and the success, really difficult life. I watched the musical, the Tina Turner musical. I really recommend it. It's in London. But if it ever goes on tour, really, really amazing songs.
Oh, songs.
Brilliant. And those songs, I mean, every life event I can think of, those songs come on and everyone's on the dance floor, aren't they? She gets everyone up and dancing, and she always will. I mean, that's a legacy, isn't it?
I saw a clip of her, actually, on YouTube last night saying, you know, she's sort of looking... She was... I mean, it's from 10, 15 years ago, but saying, oh, no, I'm sort of look forward to, you know, to passing on. You know, it's a new adventure.
Is that what she said?
And nobody knows, obviously, we don't know what it's like, so I'm sort of excited to see. And I hope she sort of had that spirit at the end. I hope she did.
Me too.
You know, I wonder what's next.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. God love her. We've got the papers heading away. Sean McDonald and Candice Holdsworth are taking us through the inside pages in just a moment. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
It's 6:39. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ali. If you do want to get in touch this morning, here we go. Nobody told us. gbviews at gbnews.com.
We've been giving you the wrong email address.
Well, do you know what? I think the .uk is probably still working for now.
Yes.
But you need to switch over to .com. There you go.
There you go. And we need to get used to saying it.
We do.
gbviews at gbnews.com.
.com. Because we've changed our website to .com. So obviously this is following on from that and all the rest of it. So there you go. A very, very good morning to Anthony. Great show as always, says Anthony. Well, you just look after yourself because he's currently recovering from quadruple bypass heart surgery. Wow. Just take it easy, Anthony. Good luck to you.
Oh, yeah, I hope you feel better soon. And we're on all weekend so we can keep you company and really hope, things get easier. That's a tough one, isn't it? But good morning to all of you. Thank you for all your greetings. Lots of you getting in touch this morning. Right, let's take you through the newspapers. Let's have a look at the Mirror, shall we? This is a lovely spread of unseen pictures of the late Tina Turner, the legend, from London and Paris in 1996. Wonderful photos there.
Sort of candid sort of shots.
Yeah.
Tina Turner.
Oh.
She did a lot of touring. Everyone always says about her touring, it was like, the dancing in the heels and all. It's just the energy she had on stage. Must have been exhausting.
Energy, yeah.
Now, in the Express this morning, a lovely story about an 87-year-old head teacher who prides herself on teaching Britain's youngsters strictly outside. Apparently, there's no electricity, running water, or classrooms, but she seems to think it works.
Oh, and don't they look like they're having a wonderful time?
Well, they do.
And she looks like she's really enjoying being with them as well. 87, she's still going.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And take a look at this photo. Princess of Wales looking absolutely fabulous, as she always does here in the
Very
Mirror.
nice.
In a pink suit, white heels, white stilettos, very Essex of her. Enjoying that. Yeah. Apparently the trouser suit is Alexander McQueen. And she was visiting the Foundling Museum in London.
I don't know what the Foundling Museum is. She always looks like it must be lovely just to throw clothes on every morning and look fantastic.
Yeah. I wonder if she gets styling or whether that's just all her.
I should think she gets styling.
Very
to be
nice.
fair, I should think so. Meanwhile, the King was out yesterday in the Northern Irish sunshine. It's a bit of a sort of overly bright picture, that, isn't it? He was talking to vendors at the Market Theatre Square in Armagh.
Yeah, Armagh.
He does look quite cash, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, he does look quite cash. It looks like he's in little Wayfarers or something there. Yeah. One of my friends was in Armagh yesterday with her daughter, just shopping, and shook hands with Queen Camilla.
Did she?
Said it was absolutely wonderful, because it was an unannounced visit, I believe, so they didn't know it was happening, and she was just in the town centre and met the Queen and King.
You'd never guess who I saw when I was out shopping this morning.
That's who I bumped into, yeah.
Lovely.
She had a lovely time. She was with her daughter and she said it's just a wonderful memory for them to have together. So very, very sweet.
Yeah, very nice. OK, let's see what else is in the papers with broadcaster and host of the Blethered podcast, Sean McDonald, and writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth. Good to see you this morning. Candice.
Good morning.
Candice. As soon as I said Candice, it's like, no!
It's fine.
Every time. I'll get it right in about 5 years. Sean, let's start with you, should we, in the Times, looking at this crash into the gates of Downing Street.
Yeah, number 10 Downing Street was on red alert yesterday. A silver Kia hatchback about 4:20 p.m. crashed into the gates. I saw the image and there was a lot of pedestrians, so it could have been pretty serious.
He did only go about 4 miles an hour.
It still could be enough, If there's a car coming at you at any speed, if somebody's not paying attention, you're having a wee look through the gates. It's quite fascinating to see that famous black door. The driver was pulled out, pushed to the ground, tasers pointed at him, and he was arrested in suspicion of criminal damage and dangerous driving. Obviously, something that could cause a lot of panic. I think it was 2017, you had Islamic terrorist Khalid Massoud used a car to kill 4 people. Now, I suppose we'll find out it probably has been a case of carelessness. It could have been anything. But I tell you what, if you're that guy, of all the places to crash into the gates, because Prime Minister Rishi Sunak was in, and it's obviously going to be taken very, very seriously.
Well, it is, but I sort of hope if it is a direct criminal thing where they've been trying to make a point or a statement or something, then yes, fair enough. You'll throw the book at them. If it happens to be an older driver who's just made a mistake, I hope it's responded to properly.
I would say so, yeah. You have to hope for sort of proportional policing and proportional judiciary process. But it's obviously going to be taken very, very seriously. I mean, as we see here in the images, it probably would have caused a lot of widespread panic. People thinking, is there a bomb? Is there anything attached? And I think ordinarily I would play it down and say, come on, let's not be reckless in our sort of analysis of this here. But in this instance, I think people's initial panic probably very much proportionate and probably reasonable.
Yeah, we don't know anything about the driver at this stage, but it's funny how my first... I know some older drivers now who drive, and I could just imagine them doing it.
Yeah.
You know, just thinking, I'll just...
Maybe trying to get classic FM or smooth FM or something on the radio, and then before you know it, you're staring at the gates.
Like, this isn't the right way.
I mean, but as you say, Sean, I mean, of all places to do that, if that's indeed what happened...
Yeah.
I mean, it does, the footage does calm you, doesn't it? Because you obviously see these headlines and you do think the worst after the attacks that we've seen at Westminster before. But if we've got that footage, it is remarkably slow.
Slows down as he goes across the pavement.
As it enters and heads towards those gates. So we will obviously get more detail on that and as things become clearer. Candice, let's have a look at you, shall we? And this is a story you've got in the Express. Rishi says, I get it, you want migration down.
Yes, so this is a story in the Express. This is the big story of the past week. The migration figures have come out and they're about 606,000 per year. Not as much as people thought they would be. People thought they would be close to 1 million. But still, a lot of people feel they're too high. So Rishi Sunak is now saying that he wants to get the numbers down. He's saying that a lot of it's to do with the lifting of COVID restrictions. So there was maybe a bit of a bottleneck. The only issue is that, as so many people have said, a lot of these people are filling vacancies in, like, the care sector, for instance, where they can't fill jobs. So unless there's some massive reform of the sector, they're able to get people back into work here for whatever reason they're not in work. Immigration is what the government's relying on. So this is a very, very tricky problem to solve.
But why are we so... If these are... I mean, I know there are Hong Kong and Ukrainian figures in this as well. But if we're needing to... Why are we needing to recruit that many people? Because you say, well, because a lot of EU nationals left, you could say. Yeah. We've never hit negative territory with net migration figures, have we?
Yes, as far as I know, the immigration rules have actually been liberalised. So a lot of it was done under Boris Johnson. So a lot of the requirements and the caps on salary and things like that have been lowered. Yes, so now it's much easier for people to come in than it used to be in the past. And the care sector has a number, like care sector, the NHS, I think there's also agricultural work, huge numbers of vacancies that need to be filled. So I think that's why a lot of those requirements were lowered, so they could just get people in faster, basically.
Sean, what do you make of this?
I think it's just a continuation of the Tories, the only way that they're going to actually feasibly win the election, because they're not going to be able to do it in record, they're not going to be able to do it on their competency or their achievement. So it's going to have to be a continuation of stop the boats, reduce migration, while actually doing the complete and exact opposite. If I was a voter, if I was somebody who had been supporting the Tories, I'd be looking at what they were saying and what they were doing. And this right now is just playing sort of divisive politics while, delivering the complete and exact opposite. And the next story we'll go on to, I think, is an example of that very tactic.
Well, that's in The Sun. What's that about?
Well, honestly, I would call this story in The Sun misleading at best, mendacious at worst. And I would say this probably actually is just completely interlaced in mendacity. The claim is that 50 migrants were packed on a dinghy which was in French waters. The French went to assist them, and apparently the claim is that they denied assistance and said we're waiting for UK assistance instead, because that would then take them into the UK. Now, this is from Harry Cole, I think he's, the political editor of The Sun. Honestly, as I'm reading it, there's no names, there's nobody that's named as, here's the source that it came from. It's all very much, the border force source said, and someone said here. But then we get to the point, this is the crux of it. You've got Tory MP who's on the Home Affairs Committee, his name's Adam Holloway, and it goes straight into, I'm not surprised that the French said no, because it means it can come here, we're soft-touch Britain, and here's why we have to stop the boats. And that's why I would urge anybody that sees stories like this to look beyond the headline and actually look at the story, Are there named sources? What is the point they're trying to get across? And
Well, no, but often you can't name sources.
No, you can't name a source, but listen, if yours, it depends what is being said. You know, if this was true, you would go to Border Force and you would say, by the way, can we please have a comment? You know, the way you would go to the police, you would say, UK Border Force said, but it's all very much like, it's just, you know, someone said this and someone said that. By the way, let's stop the boats. And this brings us back to this thing of the only way the Conservatives can win an election is by continuing to push this and then to also rail against woke language and all sorts of other nonsense, but while delivering the exact opposite. And so this story, I'm just putting it down as rubbish, but here we have it. It's in the front page of The Sun. People are going to read it. And its voters being misled once again. But this, not having it, I'm putting it down as nonsense, to be honest.
Well, you think it's nonsense. A lot of people will think it's not.
I think anyone with any sort of discerning sense of, you know, intelligence or basically reading it from themselves can see that it's clearly not 100% true.
Just in 10 seconds, what do you think, Candy?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about myths and narratives growing up and growing around stories. But I think that obviously the small boats is an issue and it does need to be solved. Suella Braverman is bringing in these reforms. We'll see if they start working.
OK, lovely. Thanks both. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Thank you. Thanks. Now, the World Health Organization says it is closely monitoring 9 pathogens that pose an urgent threat to humanity.
Yeah, the officials have excluded bird flu despite an ongoing global outbreak of avian influenza. Fears persist that actually may soon transmit to humans.
Well, joining us now is COVID data specialist Tim White. Good morning to you, Tim. Really good to see you this morning. So, experts looking at these 9 pathogens. Should people be worried, or does work like this happen all the time?
Hi, Ellie and Stephen. Yeah, I think the latter, to be honest, Ellie. I think I'd see this actually as good news because it's reassuring to know that the experts, those in charge of global health, our health, are making preparatory work. And I think this has been going on all the time. It's just that it wasn't noticed before COVID. And then when lists come up of the biggest potential threats at the moment, some newspapers think, oh, this is a dramatic story. Let's stick it on the front page. Everyone will be reading this, or stick it on our website online. So I think it's important that work like this goes on in the background, whether or not we know about it, to try and make us a little bit more ready for the next pandemic, if, or rather when, because it will come at some point in the future.
What sort of work is going on? Because you say it's good news. Do we know anything about what they're looking at? Do we know anything about what may be done to protect humanity if it comes to that?
Well, I'm not a scientist, but speaking data-wise, it's really important to assess how easily transmitted each virus, each threat is. And also more so, the thing that would turn it into a pandemic is how easily it's spread from person to person. And you mentioned avian flu there, bird flu. I think that's one of the reasons that isn't on the list and seen as a huge threat in the near future, is because it hasn't so far been shown to be easily transmissible, if at all, from person to person.
Very interesting that that's not on the list, because there has been great fears around that. But it does come down to transmissibility, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There have been reported instances and real worry that there has been transmission, but it's so isolated. It's clearly, you know, when we had 12 suspected cases recently in a high-profile case, a lot of the public were getting worried. Some of the scientists were particularly interested rather than worried, but it didn't spread beyond one potential very close family member. And so I don't think that avian flu is something that we need to particularly be worried about. But thankfully, outbreaks like this aren't particularly common, the epidemics, but the chances of them hitting are increasing for various different reasons. The most recent research that I found was in 2021 that stated there's in any given year a 2% chance of the next pandemic.
In the case, then, are we seeing an increase in that percentage?
Apparently, it has gone up a little. Yeah, there could be any number of reasons for that. I think we have to factor in things like, since the Spanish flu, that probably people remember, certainly at the start of COVID, there was a lot of reference to. That was during the First World War time. So 100 years and more ago, since the last widespread, severe epidemic, excuse me, that turned into a pandemic. And since then, travel, of course, has changed beyond all comprehension. It's so much easier to pass and to travel around the world and to pass anything that you have to other people. And of course, the population's got much bigger. We live in huge cities now that 100 years ago people couldn't have even dreamed of, particularly in places like China, South America, Sao Paulo, and the European cities also growing. So all the elements are there to spread something very quickly when it does become very transmissible, and also when it has a high mortality rate, and that's when we'll get the pandemic.
OK. Tim, really good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I think it's all about perspective, you know. I mean, I'm like Tim, I'm glad they're doing the work on it, but I've been watching my days off. I'm watching The Last Ship on Prime, which I thought is all about a pandemic.
I hate watching things like that. I feel like it's too soon.
But I was watching it thinking, well, when was this made? I looked up yesterday, 2014 it came out. And you sort of think, so we've always been aware of these things, and these stories have always existed. We just view it with a different perspective now that it's happened.
Yes, of course we do.
And so we sort of look at this saying, oh, no, there's going to be another pandemic. Panic. Well, it may not be for another 100 years, it may another 20 years, 30 years, but we'll handle it differently.
Yeah, well, they say it comes around in 100-year cycles, doesn't it? So Spanish flu was 100, just over 100 years ago now. We've come a long way since there in terms of medicine and science, and we do have people like the World Health Organization constantly monitoring these things. So, as you say, it's relief, really, isn't it?
Now, we're going to bring you an update on the 11-year-old boy now in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster. We'll bring you the latest. This is Breakfast on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin, and this is your latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Another slightly chilly start out there this morning, but another fine and bright day lies ahead, with the vast majority seeing sunny spells, all because of high pressure. Now, these weather fronts are just toppling in, and they are increasing the cloud across parts of northern Scotland at times, but away from the far north, most of us, as I say, are set fair. And it's not clear blue skies everywhere this morning. There are some areas of cloud, even a bit of mist first thing, but that is clearing away. The cloud will tend to break up, and for most it will be a day of sunny spells. Bit of a breeze blowing across the south coast at times and across northern Scotland, where the cloud continues to thicken. A little bit of drizzle is possible over the Western Isles and this afternoon over the Highlands, but most places won't see that. Dry and bright and quite warm, actually, after a fresh start, more widely up to 20 degrees Celsius, 22, perhaps 23 across the southwest. It will be cooler on many coasts, with the breeze coming in from the sea. Now, we'll see a bit of light drizzle across the Northern Isles for a time this evening, but otherwise, again, a fine Friday evening, clear spells, again allowing temperatures to drop down into single figures as we start Saturday. Temperatures will drop down to 8-9 degrees, but in rural spots we could be quite a bit lower than that. So, as I say, we'll feel fairly fresh for Saturday morning. Another change coming into the northwest, another weather front bringing thicker cloud and some light rain during Saturday over the Highlands and the Western Isles, perhaps as far south as Argyll. But from the central belt southwards, most places again dry and fine on Saturday, lengthy spells of sunshine and pleasantly warm in that sunshine after a cool start, more widely again up over 20 Celsius. Cooler in the far north of Scotland with more cloud here, and that line of rain is a cold front, which will introduce cooler conditions for most of us as we go through the weekend. But the bank holiday is still promising a lot of fine weather with plenty of strong sunshine. Goodbye.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock on Friday, the 26th of May. Today, for you, an 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster. An investigation is ongoing, police appealing to the public for any information. Also today, homeowners are told to brace for a rise in mortgage rates. Uncertainty after latest inflation figures force some lenders to raise fixed-term deals to more than 5%.
Rishi Sunak faces yet more backlash from his own party. Some MPs have concerns over the safety of their seat after net migration reached a new record of 606,000. And brace for turbulence. Half-term holidays could be sent into chaos with yet more strikes threatening to stop thousands of summer holidays.
Oh, it's just what you need, isn't it? I'm Stephen Dixon. Good morning.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
You're a weird and wonderful bunch.
Yeah.
Do you know that when it comes to food? You love a good food story.
I do, yeah. If you want to talk to me about the weather or food, I'm always up for it. I'm all ears. Lots of you getting in touch with your favourite breakfasts.
Yes, I don't know why you've started doing that this morning, but, you know, good on you. But it's all a bit weird.
It is. Leo says a special treat for him is smoky bacon and lightly fried banana on toast. I was introduced to this tasty delight about 50 years ago, and my family and friends have learned to love it.
Learn to love it.
I think we have to learn to love something, perhaps not.
James, morning James, says the best combo for your toast, Marmite with blackcurrant jam.
Yeah, not one on that either.
I'd have to try it, but
You'd have this sweet and savoury thing.
I suppose you
going on,
would.
wouldn't you?
Salt and sugar.
It does work. OK, might be one for you to try. You like Marmite.
Maybe.
And Graham says when we were kids, Mum gave us bread and milk for breakfast.
Yeah.
So you break up the slices, heat your milk, and then pour it over the slices, and then you add sugar to taste. Great winter warmer.
Yeah.
Soggy bread.
No, I can see that. It's a
Not
bit like
the one
a
for me
bread
either.
and butter pudding, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. In
I
the mornings.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Mind you, you don't want a winter warmer at the moment. It's too hot. It's too
Going
hot.
to be, yes.
So Lorraine, instead, it says we're making pizza this weekend. We're going to chill with a few beers in the garden as it's going to be great sunshine in Worcestershire.
Oh,
good for
lovely.
you.
I think lots of people will be in the garden this weekend.
I think so.
You'll be in the garden.
Garden or local park if you've not got a garden, or just getting out and about.
Yeah, be great. And Maxine in Coventry says, this weekend I'll be watching the mighty Sky Blues, that's Coventry City, beat Luton Town at Wembley for their place back in the Premiership, where they belong.
Well, keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
For that one. I don't know who the favourite is of that one. Coventry or Luton, I don't know. We'll talk to Paul Coyte a little bit later on. Find out, no doubt. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Well done.
Oh, for remembering that.
Yes, the email's changed. gbviews@gbnews.com. I would have gotten, so well done.
Yeah, it's muscle memory in the brain, isn't it? Just say .uk, but it's just, I think they both probably work for now, but the other one they'll be getting faded out, I imagine. Now to our main story this morning, and an 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster.
Yes, local police said they were attending an emergency call when the collision occurred, with the boy being taken to Royal Lancaster Infirmary early last night.
Well, the Independent Office for Police Conduct says an investigation is underway into the actions of the officers before the incident happened.
Well, a police spokesperson said that our thoughts are with the child's loved ones at this time. An investigation is underway to establish the full circumstances that led to the collision. We have voluntarily referred this matter to the IOPC, as is standard with an incident of this nature.
It's always dreadful when these things happen. Absolutely dreadful. And so you need to work out exactly what has gone wrong here. But obviously, first and foremost, thoughts are with the little boy and his family, and indeed anyone who saw it happen.
Of course.
It's hugely disturbing. But obviously with the boy and his family.
I mean, our understanding is this happened at about 8:30 last night, and it's thought that this little boy, 11-year-old boy, was crossing the road. That's what we're led to believe. There are pictures on social media of the traffic light on that road, which has been knocked over, supposedly with the force of that crash. So, of course, the road is closed, is remained to be closed this morning, and we're hoping to bring you an update on that a little bit later on in the morning. But thoughts, of course, with that little boy and his family.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we await any updates on that, let's tell you about the Prime Minister, who's been warned by some Conservative MPs that the party could lose the support of Brexit voters after the record net migration figures were released. These are people who sort of wanted to come into the country.
Well, several Tory MPs in Leave voting seats said they risk being ousted at the next general election unless net migration is reduced.
Well, the Prime Minister has admitted the figure announced yesterday was too high, but insists the government had not lost control of the system. Let's talk to former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall, who joins us now. Claire, good to see you this morning. I mean, 606,000 people, it is an awful lot. How do we balance this out between supposedly the people we need to bring into this country to keep things moving along, and despite the concerns of an awful lot of voters?
Well, good morning. And yes, it is a large number, and we've seen quite a big increase recently in the number of students coming over. But I do think it's important to balance that out with those 2 years we had of travel restrictions where students didn't come here, their dependents didn't come here. They put their plans off until such times as the borders were open again. So you are always going to see that natural increase come through. And then there's the humanitarian schemes, which everybody talks about, the great scheme for Ukrainian citizens, for Afghan and Syrians, and also Hong Kong. So they add an enormous amount to this number. But with these migration statistics, they will wax and wane depending upon the situations in the world and why people want to come here. So I think it's a little early to say that this is going to be an increase every single time these statistics come out. I think we need to be concerned at the amount of people coming over. But the nature of students will be that once they have finished their studies, they will return to their country of origin. So I think a little bit of calm is perhaps called for. We don't need to run into something that we don't entirely understand where it's going.
Of course, no, isn't it, what a realistic number should look like, Claire? Because David Cameron was talking about 100,000. I mean, that does seem very, very low to be in the tens of thousands of people coming to this country. But we are now 6 times that figure, over 6 times that figure.
And of course, if you put a target on something, you're then a hostage to fortune. So I can understand why the Prime Minister is reluctant to suggest a number, because you don't know what your needs are going to be. Now, there is an argument to be had around work visas and why we're encouraging companies to become dependent upon foreign labour coming in. Perhaps we need to look at the 20% reduction in wages, for example, that they're given. What does that do to wages in this country? And why aren't we training up our own people to take these positions? I think that is a much better argument to have. It's very easy to go after the student population and their dependents. Yes, you can look at it, but realistically, the number of people is not huge and won't make a massive indent into the numbers of people coming over. And of course, those students do bring a lot of money into our economy. Their dependents will also have to pay their visa fees. They need to have money in the bank to look after themselves. And they have to pay the immigration health surcharge. It isn't a cheap process. So I think there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. I know that people, MPs in certain seats, will be extremely worried to see an increase in number at all. But I don't think that we need to start panicking. But unfortunately, the Prime Minister has made this now one of his 5 pledges. So everybody is going to be looking at it. And you can see the way the next election is going to be fought.
Labour's criticising the government, as you would expect, but saying this is an indication that the government has failed to look at Britain's skill shortage, which effectively seems to be saying training up British workers.
And that is the job of the opposition, to complain about the government and suggest they're not doing enough or doing the wrong thing. But well, yes, there can be some argument for it, but I think that what Labour's suggesting really looks more towards an open door policy. I haven't seen anything come out from Labour that would make a substantial difference. Yes, we can reskill people. Yes, we can upskill people. But it depends upon those people wanting to go into those jobs and what needs that we have as a country. So I think it's a little bit opportunistic of the opposition. But as I say, that is the job of the opposition. But unless they can come up with a substantial plan, I'm not convinced the public will buy it.
Claire, as you say, it's one of Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. It's an easy thing to say, isn't it, to take back control? And it's a popular thing to say as well with many voters. But it's not easy to implement, is it?
No, it's not. And when you stand up there and say we're going to stop the boats or take back control, those slogans sound very enticing. But unfortunately, the detail behind it is always the thing that is lacking. So stopping the boats, for example, well, how are you going to do it? What are your plans in place? And that really hasn't worked so far. Let's hope that there are some plans coming through, but they don't seem very built up at the moment. Taking back control means different things to different people. There are some people that want no migration at all. There are some people that perhaps want more. So I think it's about managing your message a little bit better. A 3-word slogan is all well and good, but you have to implement it, especially when you're in government.
Claire, we're going to talk about levelling up, actually, in our headlines in a second, but the government's levelling up programme has been criticised. Nevertheless, according to the front page of the Times, they're saying they need to knight more Northerners. That would help with levelling up. What do you reckon? I mean, I'm thinking of myself, obviously.
Well, there are some extremely talented and wonderful people up in the north. Some of my family members come from Cumbria in the Lake District, so I would always be supportive of that. I think these things need to be issued on merit. I would like to see many more people coming through from charitable backgrounds, those working with disadvantaged children, working with animals, definitely need to be recognised. And why shouldn't the north be recognised? Absolutely vital to our community, and as I say, some wonderful people.
Are you going to put forward a nomination form for me, Claire? Is that what you're saying?
I couldn't possibly comment.
Get off. Claire, thanks
Thank you very much
indeed.
Claire. Thank you.
That wasn't a resounding
It wasn't a no.
recommendation, was it?
It wasn't a no. No.
I tell you what, I tell you in all honesty what I wouldn't do, because I wouldn't take anything that was for services to broadcasting.
Would you not?
No,
Why?
because that's my job and I get paid for it. But what I would do is take something, because I do quite a lot of charitable things.
You do.
And so I'd take it for that, For the charitable stuff I do, but not for services to broadcasting.
Very good.
Because I get paid for that. I make my living out of doing that, so why should you then get
You're
recognised
very good
for
at that, so I think you can be recognised for that.
I always find it, when people get those, I find it, or services to the music industry, if they're a pop star or something, I find it really irritating.
Do you?
Yeah, because I think you're in a job where you're enjoying success, fame, and earning good, a lot of money compared to most people, and then you get honoured for it as well. It grates with me.
I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah.
It's a good.
But if you're doing something else on the side, when you only see these famous people who get stuff because they actually do a lot of charitable work on the side, that's different. But that's what you should be recognised for, not for doing your job.
Yeah, you're a very good person. I think I'd take anything that was given.
Yeah. It'd be very tempting to take anything, but no.
It would be, and I also think the day to the palace, and I just think everything would be.
You've got to have... It's morals. It's morals. I'm all for that. I'm shooting myself in the foot, probably. But there you go.
No, I think lots of people would agree with you. Let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. This is about levelling up. More Northerners are being asked to be knighted.
We're begging to be knighted.
Northern Ireland and the southeast of England are the most overrepresented on the honours list.
Oh.
East Midlands, the least represented part of the country, so you might be in the queue
There you go.
behind people.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm all for that. Good old Nottingham, Derby.
Will Hollis is Nottingham. Perhaps he could be on the list.
Maybe.
Don't know quite what for.
Oh.
If he wouldn't go for his job. But no, let us know what you think. Does it need to be more diverse? Do we need to see more people from outside of London? A fifth of people on the honours list are from London.
It doesn't seem right, does it? Anyway, let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. At 7:15, when it comes to levelling up, MPs are warning the government's policy must change or it will remain unlikely to achieve its objectives. A cross-party report found it has flaws and a lack of transparency is hindering progress for achieving regional economic equality. The report found a lack of long-term funding for local councils is threatening levelling up failure.
The founder and leader of a far-right militia group has been sentenced to 18 years in prison for his role in the Capitol Hill riot. Stuart Rhodes was sentenced to seditious conspiracy. He claims he's a political prisoner who, like Trump, was trying to oppose people who are destroying his country.
A life-size Lego model of a luxury sports car has been unveiled at Legoland in Windsor. It's a Ferrari Daytona SP3, and it's been built using more than 400,000 bricks. It weighs 1.5 tonnes and took more than 2,000 hours to make. Wow. Actually, roll those pictures again.
Yeah, you like
Let's
the look
roll
of
those
this, don't
pictures
you?
again, because we only saw a brief sort of glimpse of the actual finished thing. It looks really good. I was never a fan of Lego.
Were you not?
No, I didn't like it as a kid or anything like that. It just wasn't me. However, when you see these proper models...
It is amazing,
It's
isn't
pretty
it?
clever stuff, isn't it?
I thought you'd like that. You like all your...
I like the cars.
Your nice cars, so...
I mean, because you never have a Ferrari.
2,000 hours,
See,
though.
look at that. You wouldn't, I mean, from a distance.
You wouldn't know, would you?
No.
I mean, it looks brilliant.
1.5 tonnes, probably more than the car itself weighs, a real one.
I want to know how many people worked on that.
Quite a few.
Must have been... I mean, the detail in that is amazing.
So I wonder if they're going to sell that as a kit now.
Imagine.
Costs you a lot of money. But I think that's really very good. Well
Very
done,
cool.
team.
Very, very cool.
Like that.
Get yourself over to Legoland. Go see it.
Never been. But then I'm not a fan of Lego, so why would I?
I think I was very little. I think that's where they have the driving school for children.
Is it?
Yeah, and you go in little go-karts. I was very bad. I'm a very bad driver, so it all made sense from a very young age. Anyway, it does look cool, doesn't it? Very, very cool. Now, retail sales are estimated to have risen last month as the UK economy continues to stutter along. Sales volumes went up by 0.5% in April, following a 1.2% fall in March.
Let's talk to Strategy and Insight Director at IMRG, Andy Mulcahy, joins us now. Good to see you, Andy. What do you make of these figures? What do they tell us?
Yeah, about in line with expectation, really. So it's not setting the world on fire, but it's also not completely through the floor. And that's kind of where we are. I think we're in a situation now where you're sort of asking sort of what pandemic really. So what happened during that was the shops closed, and obviously there was no trade there. But then a lot of it went online. But then since then, what's happened is that the retailers are generally fairly comfortable with where their shops are. They're sort of back to about 2019 in terms of volumes and things, which they're okay with. And then online has just sort of fallen away really, or at best been flat. So it's in line with expectation really.
Perhaps a little bit of positive news is non-food stores. Their sales volume rose by 1%.
Yeah, so non-food is kind of terminology for it's not essential for you to buy, right? So it's things like clothes and home items, electronics, things like that. So that tells you about discretionary spend. Now, because everybody's under so much financial pressure, that is the area where you look at and think, well, if people have got a bit of money they don't mind spending on clothing and things like that, then that's actually kind of a good indicator. You know, we are scratching around a little bit for positive economic news at the moment, but that, you take what you can get at the minute.
I'm intrigued to see that fuel prices that have come down a fair bit over the last 6 months or so. I mean, not enough, obviously. But fuel sales for cars fell 2.2% in April. Now, that surprised me. Why are we filling up less? Why are we driving less?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a direct reflection of the fact that it's just a bit more expensive, but that flies through to absolutely every area. I mean, if you look at the fact that inflation has been so high for quite a long period now, and it could just come down from 10% to 8%. Well, okay, it's gone down a little bit, but the thing is, the prices of things have gone up, and there isn't really a situation where they go back to where they were. So if you just think of some of the things that you do in your daily life, really, if you go to the pub, a round of 4 drinks is somewhere near about £25 now, and that's not going to come back down again. My local chip shop for 3 of us, so fish and chips, was £30. And they've had the really big sort of impact from the energy crisis and everything. But that might come down a bit. Fuel might come back down a bit, but there isn't really a situation where it goes back to where it was before all this started. So prices have gone up, and to some extent, in some areas, they're going to stay up. So there is sort of a longer term problem now, and particularly in some areas where the spend is a little bit more discretionary. It's going to be problematic, I think.
I mean, like you said, I mean, we're scratching around for a bit of a positive story here, but does it suggest that the worst is perhaps behind us and the best is still yet to come? I mean, can I go that far?
Going a bit far maybe, but I think we are kind of like picking up just a few little things. I mean, what we track at IMRG is online sales, and it's been a bit more difficult online. I think there was this expectation where the pandemic hit, the high street would be, really struggle to come back from that, and then online would really sort of sail, but. The biggest hit that they've seen is the fact that the conversion online, so the percentage of people who go to retail sites and buy something, has collapsed effectively, and it just hasn't recovered. So every week we look at it and think, has that gone up? And it's edging up by 0.1% or whatever. So it's taken a very, very long time to get back to where it was. I think what we all want to know is, have we now sort of entered this new realm where some of these metrics that we track, how much the average spend would be that a customer makes, the percentage of which they convert and things like that, are they just sort of down and they're going to stay at this level, in which case we need to plan around those figures? Or are we going to see some sort of recovery where those things do sort of push up a bit? I mean, the footfall, it seems to me, I haven't seen the footfall figures today, but, city centres have been, badly impacted by the way that things have changed. But it seems to me that things are returning a little bit. I just feel like it is getting a little bit busier. So, if the footfall was there, then logically people are going to pop into shops and have a poke around and buy things. So, in that sense, I think there's some positive indicators.
Oh, well, we shall see. Andy, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I think shops need to up their game a little bit. Oh. I went shopping for, of all exciting things, very, very showbiz, it was a bathroom bin this week, and it was much more expensive in the shops than it was online.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people
So
now, they go shopping because there's great fun to be had if you go shopping and have a little walk around and
nice to
see
have a
things.
wander.
Yeah, exactly, have a wander. But then you go home and order, which is what you did.
Yeah,
I think that's what many, many people do now.
But I did that purely just to save money.
Yeah, I do it too. I do it with
you go.
clothes because often you can get your 10% off or use this code and that code online. You save a lot more money doing it online. Did you catch what Andy said, how many people he fed for £30 at the fish and chip shop?
That was 3, I think.
3 people, 30 quid. I mean, it's food inflation, which is just the most shocking thing now on the high street. I mean, if you go into a coffee shop now and get a sandwich, it's about £8.
Is it really?
It is. Well, in London anyway, I don't know. But let me know how much a sandwich costs in your part of the world. But in London, it's about £8 now for a sandwich. It's about £3.50 for a coffee. So the days of a £5 lunch, they're gone.
For a coffee?
Yeah.
I did buy some Bisto this week.
Yeah?
£5 or $4.99 or something like that for a... It was like
gravy. An essential to a northerner.
It is an essential.
Yeah.
Absolutely is an essential. Though I did also notice at the supermarket petrol station where I filled up yesterday, it was... it's not the cheapest I've seen, but it was 147.7 for petrol and 149.7 for diesel.
Oh, OK.
Now, only 2p more. It was running at 15, 20p more not that long ago. So that's a huge drop if you're a diesel user.
That is a huge drop if you're a diesel user, you're right.
So,
well, hopefully food goes in the same direction, because I know that's the thing that's really, really difficult for people. Things like coffee.
Yeah.
£5 now for instant coffee. Let us know. gbviews@gbnews.com is our new email address. Now, up next, should fatal dog-on-dog attacks be a criminal offence? We'll be debating that next. This is GB News.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians
to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Deebs & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
7:29. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Hope you're doing well today.
Yes, good morning to you. Now, should owners of dogs who kill other dogs be prosecuted? That's what one Tory MP thinks, saying there must be consequences for the small minority of irresponsible dog owners.
Yeah, but does that mean that dog owners should be criminally responsible when they attack other people's pets? I mean, it's perhaps different when you look at attacks on humans. But attacks on dogs just fight anyway?
Is that nature? Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Yes. Should serious penalties be given out? That's what dog behaviour expert Nancy Creedon says. But dog owner Julianne Frew disagrees, saying owners should not be charged. Well, Julie, let's start with you then. You're against owners being prosecuted. Do you think there is such a thing as a bad dog, or is it always a bad owner?
I would say it was always a bad owner, and I'd like to go back to the very start of having licences for people to own dogs, and training for yourself and for a dog. And I'd also like to start with breaking down the breeding and the breeding that we have online, the availability to be able to get a dog online very, very easily. And we should look at going back to accredited breeding systems, which we do have with local councils and the Kennel Club. I think there's two different situations where you'll have a dog-on-dog attack, and they will always come down to the ownership.
But Julie, if it's always down to the ownership, then why shouldn't owners be prosecuted?
Because I think that they should have more training to start off with, because you can get two different situations where you can have, like we've seen many attacks recently, you're looking at American XL bullies, a very big, powerful dog. I have a big dog myself, or I could have a Chihuahua that can come up and is not on a recall, not trained to recall, and bite my bigger dog. I think it comes back to the very start. I don't think it would deter attacks on other dogs. I don't think it would deter any owner from, being responsible. In actual fact, I think that some of the situations we have with the young people who think they look hard as such with a big, big dog, I think it would give them a bit more of an ego boost if they had a criminal record.
OK, what do you make of it, Nancy?
I guess at this stage we're getting to the level that something has to be done. We cannot carry on allowing these fatalities, whether it's dog-to-dog fatalities or dog-to-human fatalities. And in a world where there's a dog trainer and a behaviourist in every town, for those who own dogs that they know are dangerous to carry on going out in public with these dogs, unmuzzled, perhaps off leash, and those dogs then carry out very serious aggressive attacks. If we're not using punishment, then how are we going to stop people from doing this? Because at the moment, the opportunity to train their dogs is there. They're not doing it.
And I suppose, Nancy, you will feel that if people do have a difficult dog or a complex dog, and you actually, a lot of the time, especially if you buy them as a puppy, you wouldn't know that until you've already got them at home, you'd see more dogs being abandoned, wouldn't you?
It would probably be a double-edged sword where people are going to start realising, oh, it's not okay for me to just assume, oh, my dog's grumpy or my dog's cranky and carry on taking it out to the park and mixing it with other dogs and mixing it with children. It would make people realise that, okay, if there's going to be consequences, I need to be responsible. And 99% of people who go out and get a dog because they want a pet, want a new member of the family. So it's unlikely we'd see massive waves of people handing over their dogs, but hopefully we would see massive waves of people going and getting professional help for their dogs. And if we could regulate the professional help they're getting, then we're going another step further to ensure that they're getting the right advice and that we're helping dogs recover from whatever conditions are causing them to behave aggressively, so that then the owners are educated, the dogs are happier dogs, and everyone's that bit safer. But when people aren't going to get the training, then what are we going to do? Because we can't let them carry on bringing these dogs out in public and putting people at risk.
You see, it's interesting, Julianne, because in some respects you and Nancy agree. You agree that there should be more training, and in your case you say, more licensing for this sort of thing. It's just whether the owners should be prosecuted. Doesn't Nancy have a point when she says, well, perhaps this is the only way to actually force people to go down the training line?
No, I don't think so. If we take the case recently of the gentleman whose dogs were shot by police in London, he was banned from owning dogs. He'd already been prosecuted, and he's gone and got himself 2 other dogs, big, powerful dogs at that. So I think it has to go back to the start, where we look at the breeding, the availability online, where people are taught how to research the breed that they're going to get. The case also with the 37-year-old gentleman in Manchester, they had 6 XL bullies there, 9 puppies. He was going to acquire a puppy there. There needs to be more training for general members of public, that if you're going to a situation like that, these are not going to be well-trained dogs. They're not going to be well-housed, and it would probably be a danger to you if you're going to buy a puppy from there and take it back. And obviously he had 3 children. So I think we need to start from the scratch as opposed to the prosecutions at the end, because I don't think it will deter the sort of climate that we're in, and I think that's grown since COVID.
Do you think there should be a ban on certain dog breeds, Julie? Do you think breeds that are perhaps more dangerous than others should be banned entirely?
I don't think they should be banned, because I don't think any dog, apart from the obvious dogs that are bred to fight, I don't think there's any dog that's bad. And I don't think there's any way that a dog can't be trained. But I do also agree that I think that if you've got a dog, or if you're going out with more than one big dog, bearing in mind XL Bully is about 90 kilos, they should be muzzled. Because at the end of the day, somebody could approach your dog who's not knowledgeable, and I do have that a lot when I have a big dog, who come up without permission, and am I going to be held responsible if she's in a defensive situation where dogs will give warnings, they will growl, they will bark, and the last defence for them is to bite.
I mean, do you think, Nancy, and maybe a lot of people would agree with Julianne, that say, whether or not there should be prosecutions, actually what there should be is a return to licensing and a return perhaps to enforce training for puppies, all part of the licence deal. Is that something that you would support?
I think we definitely need a 2-pronged attack. I think the licensing and the mandatory education is essential. So what we'll do there is those who are passionate about dogs and true dog lovers and want to do the best for their dog, brilliant. Once they're educated, their dog should be pretty safe and safe to go out in the street. But then for those people who are choosing not to get the right advice and not to get the education, like we've spoken about quite often, these are the dogs that are going out and doing very serious damage to people and to other dogs. And something has to be done with those specific people that do not want to be responsible dog owners. They want a dog that's a weapon. They want to go out in the streets with a big, bad, scary dog, and they're encouraging their dogs to behave this way. People who do that, in my opinion, are abusing animals. These dogs do not want to go out and cause incidences and attack people. These people should be punished. If this man that we're speaking about, whose 2 dogs were shot, if he was already banned from owning dogs and had dogs again, he's committing a crime. Where's the punishment?
OK, look, really good to talk to both of you this morning. Nancy Credden, Julianne Frew, thanks for your views. And I'm sure you've got a view on this. But I mean, I was fascinated by the fact that both of them actually thought, the licensing and mandatory training should be a thing. We're thinking about getting a dog.
Yeah.
And we were at a dog show last weekend where I got my suntan, sunburn. And we did go looking at, there was various tents with different training schools and things. And that was what we were looking at, because you're going to have to... Ours would be a big dog. You're going to have to be properly trained.
And you do need to be a responsible dog owner in that way. And not many people would be as good as you in terms of doing their research, looking at the breed and looking at... No, you'd be surprised. You really would. But perhaps we do need to return to mandatory training or some sort of licence before you own a pet. Well, a dog in this case. Let us know what you think. Should there be penalties for owners of dangerous dogs? Is there such a thing as a bad dog, or is it just a bad owner? Let us know what you think.
GB Views at gbnews.com for your views this morning. Now, check out this picture on the front of the Mail. Have we got it? No, we haven't got it.
Oh.
It says that we haven't got it.
Show it to
Where
you.
is it? Where's the Mail?
The Mail.
Oh, here we go. Let me
Just
grab,
stop
let
oil,
me
they're
grab it
after it
then.
again.
Yes, they are. Throwing orange powder at the Chelsea Flower Show. We'll tell you more about it in a moment. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I have walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, welcome. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
Let's go through the papers. Excuse me, joining us this morning, the host of the Blethered podcast, Sean McDonald, and the writer and commentator, Candice Holdsworth. Good to see you both this morning. Candice,
Yes.
let's start with you, should we? And the front of the Mail, as we teased a little bit earlier on.
Yes.
The eco-clowns, as they call them.
Yes, everyone's favourite eco-protesters, Just Stop Oil, are at it again. So this is front page of the Mail. They're basically saying, what are we going to do to stop these guys? Because as a lot of people have seen at the Chelsea Flower Show, they threw orange paint all over one of the exhibitions. And also there's another group as well called Animal Rising. And they kidnapped 3 lambs from the King Sandringham estate, claiming to save them. We don't know where they are. They've hidden them somewhere.
Save them from what?
Slaughter.
Oh, well...
But we have no idea where these lambs are. Are they being looked after? Are they having a better life? I mean, there's just, like, no information.
It's theft.
It is theft. It absolutely is.
Why would they attack the Chelsea Flower Show? I don't understand. What's wrong with flowers?
Well, exactly. This is the big criticism. I mean, it's just confused behaviour. And as people have said, the Royal Horticultural Society, they are so big on sustainability. I mean, you basically can't get an exhibition in there without proving that your garden's sustainable. So it just makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, at least these idiots are just throwing orange paint over themselves.
But no one's even stopping them. They're just continuing to throw orange paint. So
yes.
Sean, what do you make of these pictures we're seeing?
I think this is pretty ridiculous, and I feel like, you know...
Oh, someone's got a hose on them now, finally.
Yeah, well, you're pointing out that nobody's really confronting them because it's hardly the most confrontational, aggressive bunch, is it? The Chelsea Flower Show, like, leave it out. Listen, I'm all for protest, and I usually argue the point and say, look, protest is meant to be disruptive and it's getting the point across, but it is getting to the point now, and I don't toe the party line. You know, I'll say what I feel. And while I'm for protests, I'm like, it's now getting a bit ridiculous, and it's going to end up becoming counterproductive, and it's going to actually counteract their point because you're having people turning against them, and when it then starts to diminish and sort of deflate the actual original aim, then you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? And I think they should maybe think of another way.
They just seem very self-entitled.
Very much so. It seems to be attention-seeking. I mean, they know there was a sort of split between Extinction Rebellion and Just Stop Oil on these tactics. So Extinction Rebellion wants to take a more mild-mannered approach, where Just Stop Oil is continuing with these disruptive behaviour. And it's not furthering their cause. People just get angry about it. And there's also calls for stricter laws to police them, because people are like, how can they be allowed to just carry on like this? So, yeah, it's causing a lot of problems.
OK, Sean, let's go to a story in The Guardian now. This is Police Scotland is a racist and sexist, Chief Constable.
Yeah, we've got outgoing Chief Constable Serene Livingston has basically said Police Scotland is institutionally racist and discriminatory, and he is basically saying that as he's going out, if we want to see change, then we have to start acknowledging these issues. Now, this has been welcomed by Amar Anwar, who in Scotland is a very prominent and famous human rights lawyer, who his background story is basically that he was racially attacked and racially verbally abused by the police, and that was one of the things that sort of instigated him moving into the industry that he's in and the vocation that he has.
I just wonder, why hasn't the Chief Constable said something before he's leaving the job?
Honestly, you make a great point. I've honestly thought the same. Public acknowledgement is obviously very important. And, you know, the first way to the advancement and improvement of society is acknowledgement, and then you can start to interrupt patterns that have existed before and you can start to make change. But I honestly asked the same question. I thought, why has he not said anything? Because he's now leaving it to his successor to come in and sort of deal with that mess. I think it's positive, and we've also had First Minister Hamza Yousaf who said that he welcomes it. I think they both said that they thought this day would never come. Racism in Scotland is a very insidious thing, but it's very much existent. And a lot of the ills that do exist in Scotland, I think as a collective in Scotland, we sometimes have the tendency to look to England and say, no, that's a British problem, that's English, that's a Westminster issue. But the actual fact is, And the uncomfortable truth is that racism does exist in Scotland, and I'm glad he said it, and I hope we can now move forward. But yeah, I just wonder why hadn't he said it before now?
Yeah, when he could have done something about it, potentially. Candice, let's have a look at the Times, should we? Just briefly. Northerners are in for knighthoods. Knighthoods for all Northerners.
Yes, knighthoods for all Northerners. Those of us with Northern roots, we deserve a knighthood, definitely.
You don't count.
Of course I count. I used to live in the north.
Yes, but you've got a South African accent.
So? My family have been there for a very, very long time, yes.
Oh, right, OK.
There you go, she can join the club.
Right, so this story is in The Times. This is the front page of The Times. And it's Rishi Sunak is telling Whitehall that they have to be a bit more equitable in their distribution of knighthoods. So they're finding that a lot of the knighthoods tend to be given to people who live in the South East, London, and very few, for instance, from the East Midlands. So, you know, in recognising, you know, regional achievements as well, you know, people who've done things, not necessarily big national names, but people who've done stuff in various parts of the country.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I agree entirely. It'd be very nice to see someone from the East Midlands, from Nottingham, going up to the King. Hey, up me up. And getting their knighthood. Very good too.
I'd like to see you get one.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you
It'll
both
be
very
very
much
good.
indeed. Well,
Thank you.
Sue in Stockport agrees. She says, you've only been on my screen for 2 minutes and you already made me smile. If I was in the position, Ellie, I'd make you a dame.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Stephen, I would make you a knight.
Is that you two sending yourselves emails again?
You were too young to be a lord. Oh, there you go.
Oh, you're too young to be a lord.
Too young to be a lord.
Ever the charmer, Sue. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sue, yes.
And Mark says, I agree that you shouldn't be taking awards for the job that you do. Well said. Stephen said he wouldn't accept one for services to broadcasting, because it's his job. It's what he's paid to do. But Mark says, I love your show, and we did vote for you in the Trick Awards. So you will win that award.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah.
We shall see. Now, the biggest names in showbiz have been to the annual AmFAR Gala at the Cannes Film Festival. Never heard of it? Me neither. But it raises awareness and funds to fight HIV and AIDS.
Well, leading the way at the star-studded event was Heidi Klum, Kate Beckinsale, Eva Longoria and Helena Christensen as they walked the famous blue carpet.
Well, of course, who else would... The one who was really strutting herself on the carpet was our very own Stephanie Tecci. Morning, Steph. How was it?
Bonjour, Dame Ellie and Sir Stephen.
Got a nice ring to it.
It has got a nice ring to it, guys. It was a very lovely evening. I think the stars definitely put where their money is. When it comes to AmFAR, it's raised so far over £600 million into research into HIV and AIDS prevention. And what's been quite interesting about yesterday's red carpet, you know, usually at these Cannes events, is all about just, you know, showing off, showing your fashion sense, which people did do yesterday. But the thing is, the celebrities were out for a good cause, and when it comes to AmFAR, they're always willing to put their name towards it to support such a very good cause such as this.
Because obviously the celebrity tie-in with HIV/AIDS is not in the spotlight like it used to be. Things have come on a long way, but clearly there's a need for that support and for more money to be raised.
Definitely, it's definitely, when we think of HIV and we think of AIDS, guys, it's one of the world's, you know, biggest killers. Even though there's been so much research that has been done over the years, there's still a long way to go. And, you know, you find that celebrities are the few people that have got the money to support these causes. And also they can promote the message to a wider audience as well.
And, I mean, it's such a worthwhile cause, as you say, Stephanie, but also the fashion was just amazing last night, wasn't it?
Well, Ellie, the fashion this week has been quite controversial in Cannes because a lot of the celebrities have been daring to bear. So, you know, they've been wearing very revealing outfits and, you know, it's kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because a lot of people say on the red carpet, you should be a little bit more conservative. But I've loved it. Like people such as Eva Longoria last night wearing this lovely black gown, which was see-through bottom. My favourite was Heidi Klum. She was wearing this stunning lime green feathered dress, which was just really head-turning. And I think what's the good thing about Cannes and red carpets such as this is just all about expressing yourself. And a lot of the celebrities I was speaking to yesterday weren't really paying attention to the critics. They're saying Cannes is where you can show off your sense of style. But beyond fashion, guys, yesterday the carpet was tinged with sadness because a lot of celebrities were talking about the passing of Tina Turner and how, you know, she had influenced their careers or even their fashion style.
Yeah, I mean, she's someone who had an amazing influence. I mean, in terms of singers, I did see on your Insta that you were chatting to Robin Thicke yesterday, up close and personal.
Yes,
I mean, he must have had some thoughts on Tina.
He did. He said that, you know, Tina Turner's one of the artists that has inspired his music and shaped the industry as well. You know, even as a man, the fact that she's been so vocal in her past about like domestic violence and the way that she introduced as a black woman, you know, doing rock and roll music, I think she broke those genres. And I think that's what a lot of the artists here were influenced by Tina Turner. And when the news broke about Tina's death as well, all the red carpets that have been here this week, they've been playing her music. They've been having like silence, like minutes of silence before a film. So it's definitely, we have lost a worldwide icon.
Yeah. Look, brilliant to see you, Steph. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Lovely little clip there of Tina with the star of Tina the musical.
I know.
You couldn't tell which was which.
I know. What
Fabulous.
a life. What a life. And such incredible music, as Stephanie says, such a loss, isn't it, to the industry?
I went to get my hair cut yesterday.
Oh, yeah, were you tempted to go,
And it
Tina?
was the Tina, no, but it was just Tina was playing in the shop and all that. It was just lovely. Remember her with a big smile.
Oh, you will.
Look, up next, it's going to be the busiest day for the UK airport since the pandemic. We'll bring you the latest. This is Breakfast.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin, and this is your latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Another slightly chilly start out there this morning, but another fine and bright day lies ahead, with the vast majority seeing sunny spells, all because of high pressure. Now, these weather fronts are just toppling in, and they are increasing the cloud across parts of northern Scotland at times, but away from the far north, most of us, as I say, are set fair. And it's not clear blue skies everywhere this morning. There are some areas of cloud, even a bit of mist first thing, but that is clearing away. The cloud will tend to break up, and for most it will be a day of sunny spells. Bit of a breeze blowing across the south coast at times and across northern Scotland, where the cloud continues to thicken. A little bit of drizzle is possible over the Western Isles and this afternoon over the Highlands, but most places won't see that. Dry and bright and quite warm, actually, after a fresh start, more widely up to 20 degrees Celsius, 22, perhaps 23 across the southwest. It will be cooler on many coasts, with the breeze coming in from the sea. Now, we'll see a bit of light drizzle across the Northern Isles for a time this evening, but otherwise, again, a fine Friday evening, clear spells, again, allowing temperatures to drop down into single figures as we start Saturday. Temperatures will drop down to 8-9 degrees, but in rural spots we could be quite a bit lower than that. So, as I say, we'll feel fairly fresh for Saturday morning. Another change coming into the northwest, another weather front bringing thicker cloud and some light rain during Saturday over the Highlands and the Western Isles, perhaps as far south as Argyll. But from the central belt southwards, most places again dry and fine on Saturday, lengthy spells of sunshine and pleasantly warm in that sunshine after a cool start, more widely again up over 20 Celsius. Cooler in the far north of Scotland with more cloud here, and that line of rain is a cold front, which will introduce cooler conditions for most of us as we go through the weekend. But the bank holiday still promising a lot of fine weather with plenty of strong sunshine. Goodbye.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Deebs & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Morning to you, it's 8 o'clock. It's Friday, the 26th of May. Today, an 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster. An investigation's ongoing. Police are asking for the public to provide them with any information. Homeowners are told to brace for a rise in mortgage rates. Uncertainty after the latest inflation figures has forced some lenders to raise fixed-term deals to more than 5%.
Rishi Sunak faces yet more backlash from his own party. Some MPs have concerns over the safety of their seat after net migration reached a new record of 606,000. And brace for turbulence. Half-term holidays could be sent into chaos, with yet more strikes threatening to stop thousands of summer holidays.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
I tell you what makes me smile sometimes.
What makes you smile?
Is when we get, you know what Twitter's like, right? And sometimes you get a load of abuse on Twitter. People saying, "Well, you're meant to be a news programme. Why are you talking about X, Y, and Z?" And it's like today we're talking about breakfast. And why? Because you're emailing in about breakfast. You drive.
In your droves.
You know, so it's all about what you want to talk about. So if people don't like it, hard cheese or soft cheese.
Hard cheese.
Perhaps, because Spencer says toast with soft cheese and black grated pepper.
Yeah,
is,
stunning,
or
I agree.
ground pepper, I guess. That's what you mean. Grated peppercorn. That'll take you forever. But soft cheese and black pepper, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, not won over by this one, Gary. Gary in Manchester, good morning to you. Just had my Chinese takeaway, duck and pancakes for breakfast, as I couldn't finish it last night.
Well, waste not, want not. But I don't know if I see it. Juan says best breakfast is last night's curry. No, you see, the last night's pizza I can do.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the only one.
Yeah, but not a curry.
Yeah, it's nice to come back to when it's cold. I had a pizza yesterday, left it for a couple of hours, came back, stunning.
That's lovely, bit of salad cream on.
Oh, no, lost me there.
Phil says toast and marmalade made with chilies. Chili marmalade?
Chili marmalade. Yeah, you need to help me out with this one. For breakfast, I like a sausage, bacon and egg stotty.
Oh, a stotty, that's a Scottish thing.
What's that? Sandwich.
Well, it's like a sort of stotties. It's like a sort of round thing, isn't it? It's almost a bit like a naan bread in a way, I think.
All right. Any Scots, get in touch. Want to know a bit more about stotty?
Richard says he's having cornflakes for breakfast, very ordinary. But, you know, fair enough. But he says, whilst I'm having my cornflakes, I can keep an eye on nesting blue tits who are busy feeding chicks of unknown numbers in the garden.
That's a lovely view.
That's nice.
That's a really lovely view.
That's nice. They're having their breakfast too. Won't be cornflakes.
And lots of you getting in touch about food inflation. We've had the retail figures out this morning. Jonathan in Shrewsbury, I can't quite believe this. Fish, chips and peas and a cup of tea in Padstow for 2 people. Guess how much?
I don't know.
£40. Oh. £40 for 2 people to have a fish and chip supper. £40. He said it's very nice, though. But it's not happening all over the country. It must be said. I was saying in London, a sandwich now in coffee shops is about £8, £7 or £8. Shacks says they buy a tuna crunch sandwich in Salford for £1.29. Fresh and great value for money. Refuse to pay any more. I can't afford Greggs anymore. Therefore, get the sandwiches now from the petrol station, but they're delivered fresh daily.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go.
£1.29 is not bad for a sandwich,
No, £1.29 is all right. That's not bad. That's not bad. Make your own, though. That's what I say. I like a homemade sandwich.
What's your favourite filler?
Cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Simple. Cheese and Marmite, maybe.
Yeah, Marmite.
Anyway, let us know what your food cravings are this morning. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Now, we had news yesterday, it was about 4:20, of a car colliding with the gates of Downing Street, of course, where Rishi Sunak lives with his family, number 10 Downing Street. An incident that we believe the police aren't treating as terror-related. But our reporter, Catherine Forster, is there at Downing Street. We believe she's the first reporter to be let in back to Downing Street. So let's cross over to her now, if she's there for us.
Have we got Catherine?
Oh, we believe she's coming up for us now.
There she is.
Catherine, really good to see you there this morning. What's the latest?
Yes, so we're the first people allowed to film in here today. Downing Street was pretty much locked down from 4:20 yesterday afternoon when a silver Ford Kia crossed the road and crashed into the gate. Now, the man was arrested. Police with taser guns appeared. He was put on the ground. He was taken away. It is not being treated as terror-related, but he's been arrested for dangerous driving and criminal damage. Now, looking when I arrived and talking to the police here, there are 2 sets of gates at Downing Street. Large gates were put up in 1989 with the threat of the IRA terrorist attacks. And the car hit those gates, but actually there's a second set of outer gates about waist high. The car did in fact break through those gates, and you can see where the damage is. So broke through the first set of gates, not through the second, but minimal damage and thankfully no injuries. The Prime Minister was here at the time. He was driven out in the Range Rovers, the back entrance. He's going to be in Richmond in his constituency this weekend, coming back on Monday. But a reminder, I suppose, of the constant worry about security here and the reason why they do have very strict security and these big gates protecting the end of Downing Street.
Absolutely. OK, Catherine, for now, thank you. Keep us up to date, won't you, on that one. Let's tell you about an 11-year-old boy who's in a critical condition after being hit by a police van in Lancaster.
Yes, local police said they were attending an emergency call when the collision occurred, with the boy being taken to Royal Lancaster Infirmary early last night.
Now, the Independent Office for Police Conduct says it has declared an investigation into the actions of the officers before the incident happened.
Well, a police spokesperson says, "Our thoughts are with the child's loved ones at this time. An investigation is underway to establish the full circumstances that led to the collision. We have voluntarily referred this matter to the IOPC, as is standard with an incident of this nature."
Yeah, and obviously a hugely worrying incident. Need to find out exactly what has gone on, how this was able to happen. But of course, amidst all of that, your primary thoughts have to be with the family and the child involved in that critical condition. With no further updates at this time, we are hoping to hear from police perhaps in the next sort of hour or so. So we should be getting some sort of update from the Lancashire Constabulary a little bit later on. Now, the Prime Minister has been warned by some Conservative MPs that the party could lose support of Brexit voters after the record net migration figures were released.
Well, several Tory MPs in Leave voting seats said they risk being ousted at the next general election unless net migration is reduced.
Now, the PM has admitted the recent figure, 606,000, was too high, but says, well, the government's not lost control of the migration system. Let's talk to David Mellor, former Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Good to see you this morning, David. Sorry, that's...
On such a happy day. All the news is good, you know.
Honestly, what are we to make of this? Because we're talking about legal migration. We're talking about people that we have allowed into the country. Why is it necessary that it's gone up so much?
Well, I think it isn't necessary, but I think what it shows is the complications of all of this. You know, people turn up on a beach from a boat where they've paid a ridiculous amount of money for an unsafe crossing. That has dominated our thoughts, but what should really be the dominant thought in our minds is whether it's possible for this country to succeed as a nation without bringing in a lot of people to do the work that maybe we ought to be doing ourselves, picking fruit, that kind of stuff. Essentially, where we are is that this country has always been a magnet for people from all over the world to come, and a lot of that time they come and do things that are extremely helpful to our wider community. And of course, a lot of people come and they create wealth and all the rest of it. But because immigration has been demonized in rather a crude way, and because the case for Brexit was also made in a pretty crude way, people are now going to feel very disappointed. They're bound to do. They're bound to ask themselves, well, why have we got 600,000 more people? Because, I don't know, I'm no good on the size of cities, but, you know, let's think of a city that's 600,000. And
there must be something like... But, I mean, Nottingham's 500,000.
I was thinking of Nottingham, funny, yeah. And you think, that number of people coming in every year, I mean, bless their hearts, I'm sure a lot of them are very nice people, they mean us no harm. But you just can't carry on like that.
No.
I mean, Robert Jenrick has said that he wants British employers to focus on training British workers to fill these vacancies. But as you say, there is a reliance, especially in the care sector, for example, on cheap foreign labour because it is cheap. And there's also the issue that you touched upon fruit pickers there. many British people just wouldn't do
I
that
know.
type of work. And if they did, they'd want to be paid an awfully lot more for it.
And years ago, when I was an MP, a woman came in and she was moaning on about how awful it was for her son, and and how difficult it was getting work. I said, "Is he unemployed?" She said, "No, he works at McDonald's." I said, "What's wrong with that?" "Oh, I don't want my son working at McDonald's." It's like people think serving other people food and drink is somehow a demeaning thing. But I think that the serious issue we have to grapple with is, what are we going to do to persuade... I mean, if I was a Brexiteer, I would say, what are we supposed to be doing to persuade people that Brexit was a good idea and was worth all the pain that went into getting it? And at the moment, there's no evidence that they are doing that. I mean, we still have last week's row over the amount of the amount of reasons why they're not actually going to abolish laws that we no longer need. But I think this is much more troubling because, at the end of the day, it's quite a simple thing for people to grasp. Why are people coming in? They shouldn't be. And it's very difficult to tell them, well, maybe they should be, because actually the case for that has never been made.
No, but it's this what I can't get my head around, because the argument is made repeatedly, well, we have these jobs and we need them to be filled to keep the British economy going. But why have we got... But the net migration, the figures are going up and up and up and up. We haven't got that. We haven't got an ever-increasing number of jobs.
That's the point.
So what is happening? I don't understand why the government can't say, well, if we want to reduce the figures, we've taken back control, we can reduce the figures.
You see, for instance, just to take one example, mature students, I don't think it's a bad thing that mature students are coming into this country, but why are they allowed to bring their families? I mean, if you're a student, you come over for a year or two, the idea that you move your family lock, stock and barrel in isn't very sensible. You see, what bothers me is the lack of anticipation of trouble to come. The headline comes, oh, we've got all this, the number of people coming in. Oh, well, it's because mature students are being allowed, there's a couple of 100,000 of them, to bring in their dependents. Well, why didn't someone think of that 9, 12 months ago when something could have been done about it? And that is really where... if I have one criticism of this government, and I've actually got rather a lot, but based on my, 11 years as a minister, we used to spend a lot of time trying to work out what tomorrow's headlines were going to be, or next month's headlines, or whatever. It's rather like they don't actually think about what are the consequences going to be of the things that they're doing, and how is that going to play out in the media.
Really interesting that you touch on the student issue, because John's been in touch via email. Good morning to you, John, who says overseas students, large numbers of them, pursue NAF courses at NAF universities as a backdoor into the UK for themselves and their dependents.
Right.
Very similar to what Robert Jemmerich's been saying, that it's an immigration business at some of these universities rather than a teaching and education one. So what do you think? Is this a way to get a visa?
Of
or
course.
do you think it's actually just attracting
And then
the kind of people you
overstay.
want?
And then overstay. Look, point number one, we should be proud of the fact that this is a country that people want to come to. Point number two, there is no point in politicians saying they're going to stop it and then lacking the ability or the genuine desire or the energy required to stop it. This is where politicians let themselves down. I mean, the idea that politicians sit there wringing their hands and they don't do anything about it. There are things they could do, and certainly the number of people who are allowed to come in on so-called graduate courses and bring their family. You're not going to tell me, if someone had said that to you 12 months ago, you wouldn't have said, but aren't you going to watch sport? Aren't you going to get yourself into difficulty? And, of course, the reason it's so difficult at the moment is, as well as all this stuff, we've got the legitimate reasons why people come in. I wouldn't want to stop a Ukrainian coming into this country at the moment. And there are a number of other... the Chinese, Hong Kong, a lot of people, who pursue perfectly legitimate careers because they are not slavish towards the Chinese government. They are under threat. Them coming over here with all of their capabilities, business-wise, is good for this country. But if they're just another 100,000 lumped onto another 100,000, lumped onto another 250,000, it looks like the government hasn't got a grip. What is the problem for this government? It seems to be presiding over chaos in most of the places where you look, and that's not good. And if Rishi Sunak thinks he's going to get re-elected, he's got to try and show that the government makes a difference, and if possible, a difference that's beneficial to the people they want to vote for them.
OK. David, good to see you as always. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, David.
Now, at 8:16, MPs are warning the government's levelling up policy must change its approach or remain unlikely to ever achieve its objectives. The cross-party report has found significant flaws and a lack of transparency, they say, is hindering progress for achieving regional economic equality. The report found a lack of long-term funding for local councils is threatening the levelling up failure.
A life-size Lego model of a luxury sports car has been unveiled at Legoland in Windsor. The model of the Ferrari Daytona SP3 car has been built using more than 400,000 Lego bricks. It weighs more than 1.5 tonnes and it took more than 2,000 hours to create it.
Now brace yourself, the UK expected to see the hottest day of the year so far this weekend. The Met Office says the temperatures could hit 24 degrees and it could continue into next week. The highest temperature so far this year was in Cardiff last Monday. That was 23.4. Now, with weather like that, you wouldn't want to go on holiday, would you?
No, you wouldn't. I was about to say, I really hope we get 24 degrees. It will feel like we're on holiday. It will feel like we're abroad.
It will feel like we're abroad, but how long has it been since you actually got on board an aeroplane and jetted off to sunnier foreign climes?
Well, today is expected to be the busiest day at UK airports since before the pandemic, with more than 3,000 domestic and international flights due to depart.
Well, let's talk to the CEO of the Advantage Travel Partnership, Julia Low-Boussaid. Good to see you this morning. The problem with days like this, Julia, is it all goes to pot, doesn't it? Everyone tries to head off at the same time and chaos tends to ensue.
Good morning. Well, I think after so many years of not being able to go away, as you quite rightly say, today is going to be super busy. Unfortunately, as you say, when it's busy, we do expect there to be delays and some disruption. And some of that is completely out of our control. We've got Heathrow striking, the security officers are striking at Heathrow, albeit all looking well from that point of view, and the airport's put in lots of contingency measures to make sure passengers can travel seamlessly. But it's a really complicated ecosystem, and unfortunately, when you have a lot of people travelling, there is some delay and there may be some disruptions.
And how have the prices of flights been looking this week? Because they have gone up considerably since last year, haven't they?
Absolutely. We have seen prices increasing, in some cases double-digit increasing. A lot of my travel agent members are selling holidays to customers who are desperate to get away. But clearly there are some inflationary costs that have been built into those prices. But what is really interesting is that is just not deterring people. People are desperate to get away. They are booking. The pent-up demand has been unprecedented. It really has. And I think whilst we're expecting some nice weather this weekend, hopefully, the weather plays a big part of it. But also, even with the price increases, good value for money compared to what it takes and what it costs to kind of entertain a family back home. So still great value for money. Lots of destinations that are up the leaderboard. Spain doing particularly well. But people fundamentally just want to get away.
And who's benefiting from this? I mean, is it the low-cost airlines that are continuing to sort of outstrip the more expensive ones, your EasyJets, your Jet2s, those sort of carriers?
I'm not sure anyone's particularly benefiting. I mean, the airline's taken huge hits over the last couple of years. None of them made any money at all, clearly made huge amounts of redundancies, and they are building back. We need them to be profitable, to be able to invest so that we can service customers where they want to be. So it's really important we have really robust airline inventory, and we have airlines that can service our consumers.
Today, the likes of Stephen and myself have got to work, unfortunately. Are there still bargains to be had for the summer holidays?
Absolutely. So there are still lots of availability if you're looking to go, particularly in the school holidays. There is always a view that you're not going to get a good deal, but I can assure you, if you want to get away, if you're flexible with your destination, if you're slightly flexible with your dates, even over the school holidays, speak to a local travel agent. They are looking at these prices all the time, and they will still be able to grab you a bargain. I can guarantee that.
Oh, lovely stuff. Julia Lobusaid, really good to see you this morning. Thank you. I have to say,
yeah, I know what you're going to say.
A week today, I shall be waking up on España.
He's ditching me next weekend.
I'm ditching you, yeah.
Yeah. How long are you going for?
Just a week.
Oh,
just a week. So it's a bit of a quick one, but yeah,
it's enough. It's enough.
Oh, just be nice. It is. I mean, I know the weather is nice over here, but it is just that thing of just that decompression, isn't it?
Oh, you deserve it. You work very hard. You do
You're
deserve
furious
it.
when I told you this morning.
I've got over it now.
Livid.
I was like, what?
Spitting feathers, she was.
He wouldn't be here next weekend. I wasn't very happy.
No.
But I hope the weather's good for you, because I was speaking to a lady last night who's going to Benidorm next week with her kids, but it's going to be raining every day.
Yeah, the forecast actually is not very good in where we're going at all, at the moment, anyway.
I hope it picks up.
Well, even if it doesn't, I'm very much of the, well, there's nothing you can do about the weather, and we're just away and we'll have a nice time.
You'll have a lovely time, and as you say, you'll decompress, you'll relax.
Decompress. If you can't get in the pool, well, I'll get in the pool even if it's raining.
Will you?
Yeah, why not?
I suppose you're wet anyway, aren't you?
Well, this is it.
True. Let us know if you're off for half-term. Have you managed to bag a bargain? Do let us know. gbviews@gbnews.com.
I didn't realise it was half. Mind you, us we're going as everyone else is coming back.
Yeah, you've timed it right. You've timed it right.
I didn't realise it was
I never know
half-term.
it's half-term. I have to be told these things.
There you
It is
go.
half-term.
Anyway, if you're getting away like me, do let us know. Do let us know. Now, this is a disturbing story. A mother and father who killed their son just 39 days after he was returned to their care are going to be sentenced in Derby today.
Yes, Finlay Bowden died on Christmas Day following weeks of relentless abuse. Well, Theo Chicomba, our national reporter, is joining us now from the Central Criminal Court. Good morning to you, Theo. And this is just a horrific case, isn't it, that's absolutely shocked the nation.
Yes, well, in March this year, a mother and her partner were both convicted of the death of her 15-month-old son, who was shaken and beaten to death in southwest London. Jacob Lennon was subjected to what's been described as sadistic assault in the weeks leading up to his death in 2019. And during the trial here at the Old Bailey in March, Jake Drummond was convicted of Jacob's murder and wounding with intent, and his mother, Louise Lennon, was convicted of child cruelty and causing or allowing Jacob's death. Now, during the trial, the jury was told about some of the events that occurred leading up to his death. For example, social care workers attempted to visit the family, but the mother told them that they'd gone away to Hastings, and they again tried to contact the family in the days leading up to his death, but they were told they were still away on a trip. Now, on the 27th of August 2019, the court also heard how his mother called the ambulance saying her son was sick, and when they arrived, they were told that he had fallen out of his cot and landed on his head. Now, the prosecutor told the jury that his eyes were swollen and they were unable to open them, and that his eyes were darkly bruised like a panda. The trial also heard how Jake Drummond used cocaine and cannabis, and following Jacob's analysis of his body following his death, they were told they found some of those substances within his body. Now, we also know that during that time he had been accused, he had been essentially in his room, and he was beaten, and this happened over a long period of time. And during the sentencing today, we'll be able to hear some of those details as well, but the sentencing itself will be taking place around mid-morning here at the Old Bailey.
OK, Theo, thanks very much indeed. We're talking about supporting local shops and things earlier on. I mean, I do the opposite. I went into the shops and saw some of it was too expensive, so I bought it online. Jenny in Slaithwaite says we must support our local shops or they'll disappear. I could have saved £6 by buying a book online, but I chose to support my local bookshop instead. Our high streets are bad enough as it is. Fair point, Jenny. In Slaithwaite in Kirklees, I'm just looking at pictures of Slaithwaite near Huddersfield.
Near Huddersfield, yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, Jenny. So I'm not surprised you want to keep it going in Slaithwaite.
Support your local high street.
Gorgeous.
OK, stay with us, though. Plenty more to come, including all the latest from the world of sport with Coity. Sport with Coity, yes. This is Breakfast on GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate. Both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Oh, it's 8:30 on the nose. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. Good morning to you.
Good morning. We're going through today's biggest sports stories now with our friend Paul Coit. Good morning.
Good morning.
Very happy to see you on a Friday.
Very happy to see you as well.
And good news, happy news for Manchester United. Should we start with that?
Should we start with Manchester United? Is that the reason you're wearing red today, Ellie? Is that what
Yeah.
It is.
Well,
yeah.
there's another reason
Manchester
for that.
United.
We won't get to that.
Man United, I tell you what, they've done ever so well. They've had a really, really good season. So they've beaten Chelsea 4-1. David Miller is very upset. If you see that he seemed a little testy today, it's because Chelsea lost again. Although I think he's getting used to it. It's a bit of a disaster. It's been an awful season for Chelsea. But Manchester United, as Erik ten Hag, the manager, who I tipped at the start of the season to be a disaster for Manchester United.
Well done,
and
you.
it's come in, thank you very much. Kiss of death in reverse. And has come in and has done fantastically well. See, the thing is, at the start of the season, though, for Manchester United, it was a bit of a disaster. They lost their first couple, lost to Brighton, they lost to Brentford 4-0. And then the turning point when Erik ten Hag, I think I've mentioned this a few times, is that he said to the rest of the team, look, you know, I wasn't happy with you. You didn't run enough. So the next day, I'm going to make you run all the kilometres that you didn't run on the pitch. But the thing is, I'm going to come with you. So he went with them, and from that moment, there was a bond between them. So not only did he get their respect, but also it's just gone from strength to strength. So they win the Carabao Cup, they're in the FA Cup final, and they've now qualified for the Champions League. So a successful season, completely opposite to how Chelsea have been.
Yeah, now, I'll tell you what I'm intrigued by.
Yes.
Manchester City.
Yep.
Erling Haaland has been named the Writers' Player of the Year.
Yes.
Just because he scored several hundred goals.
Yes, it does help. It does often help with teams. You know, if they score all those goals. He's on 52 at the moment.
I mean, I'm not surprised he's Player of the Year, to be fair.
Exactly. I mean, he's got great service. I mean, he has got great service around him, but he has been brilliant. And so 52 goals. And look, there he is. And have you noticed something strange about him? He's wearing a suit and tie. Now,
no Y-fronts.
No, it's the pyjamas. Don't you remember he loves designer pyjamas.
Oh, does he? I didn't
And he
know that.
turns up at the opening of an envelope in designer pyjamas, and he's actually worn a suit and tie, which I think is probably
that's
more
very
surprising
good.
than him winning the Football Writers.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's very, very dedicated. I was watching something with Jack Grealish. You said Jack Grealish has a Chinese every night after a game, but Erling Haaland is very focused. Is that what you understand?
I do understand that, and the best players are. When you're a young fella coming through, there's lots of temptations. Which is obviously the reason that I never made it as a professional footballer there, Ellie. That's one of the reasons. And also the fact I was rubbish as well.
Yeah,
I think it's probably the other reason. But it's like Harry Kane, completely dedicated to what they do. It's a short career, spend their time on it, work very hard. You know, good advice for all the kids there, and it's worked out for him. But he is a fantastic footballer, so well deserved.
Now, tell us about Postecoglou.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Ange Postecoglou.
Yes. He's
Celtic manager. He's now the next cab on the rank that possibly could turn up at Spurs because it's now Arne Slot was the last manager that Spurs seemed to be interested in, who's the Feyenoord manager. Before that, oh, goodness, there's a list as long as your arm. Since Antonio Conte went, that managers may come to Spurs. Now, there's Ange Postecoglou, who's been a great success, Australian, over at Celtic, so maybe he's the next one that is now being linked to Tottenham Hotspur.
Is that our boss?
Julian Nagelsmann. No, that's my boss. That's Daniel Levy there. That's Daniel Levy, the Spurs chairman.
Oh.
And they're saying Levy
all
out.
All my bosses look very similar.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, yes.
I was thrown.
I was going to say there was Dr. Evil there for a second as well. But, no.
You're on very, very thin ice with that.
Yes, of course I am. But no, as far as Spurs are concerned, still looking for a manager. It's taken a long time, so possibly Ange Postecoglou, but who knows? Take your pick out.
I feel like everyone's name's been in the running in this hat.
Yeah. Stephen is actually about third down after Brendan Rodgers. So I think there's
As in this, Stephen?
Yes.
Oh, if I get picked, it'd be fun. We'd have a whale of a time.
What would you say? Would you just say, look, you're all professionals, go out there, express yourself on the ball, and let's see how we go.
Win some matches.
Go win some matches, score some goals. Look at that Erling Haaland fella, do what he does.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
Follow his lead.
Otherwise, I'm cutting your wages down.
Very good.
Very good, yeah.
That's what it takes. Good cop, bad cop, all in one. Yeah.
Maybe we could do it together.
No. Now, I've got to mention a bit of cycling, because I'm from... My family loves cycling.
I know you do, because do you remember we had Phil Liggett in, didn't we?
God,
when we did the Tour de France, maybe we'll do that again. Then
yeah, Phil Liggett, the man's a legend. Anyway, what's going on with the Giro d'Italia?
The Giro d'Italia goes into the last 3 days. So it's I mean, so far, they've probably cycled for about 70, 75 hours and 18 seconds. Geraint Thomas, our cyclist, 37 years old, is currently in the lead.
Doing well for 37.
I mean, it's unbelievable. 3 stages to go. You've got Primoz Roglic, who is extremely well-known Slovenian cyclist, João Almeida from Portugal, so all between the 3 of them, but it could go in a second. You know, you slip off your bike, you could have your pedals go backwards or something. I don't know whether that happens, but 18 seconds or whatever can be taken up very shortly. But he currently has the Maglio Rosa.
Ah, yes.
Which is?
The red top.
The pink shirt, yeah, because it's the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, and it's the pink one in the Giro d'Italia. Yeah. You know your cycling, don't you?
Well, except I said red, but apart from that...
OK, fine.
Close enough, close enough.
I was going for Rosso. I always thought Rosso was red.
I don't look at me. I have no idea when it comes to this.
Now, we've been talking about food all morning, what people are having for breakfast, Coity. Forget about breakfast.
Right.
You're off for lunch with Jeff Hurst, aren't you?
I am doing a little Jeff Hurst lunch,
just like you do.
Yes, of course.
That's going to be an interesting chat.
It will be. See, the thing is, let me ask you this.
Go on.
Let me ask you. So I've got a lunch, an hour interview with the great Sir Jeff Hurst. Do you think it's possible, or would I get away with not mentioning the 1966 FA Cup final?
No.
Because for 57 years, that's all he ever gets asked about. I could say, look, tell me about when you were Chelsea manager. Tell me about playing for West Ham. And then I'll get to the end and say, thank you very much to Jeff Hurst, and not mention the 66 World Cup.
Yeah, you've got to please the crowd.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
OK, I just thought...
It's your top line.
Might be an interesting one.
What's on the menu?
The menu, well, it's not that... There's another menu I'd like to talk about, which is at the baseball. Now, you know that Major League Baseball is coming to London. Now, this is at the end of June, and there is some food that I would like to mention.
Oh, go on.
Now, this is what they're bringing. It's Major League Baseball, 24th and 25th of June, Chicago Cubs versus the St. Louis Cardinals, which, by the way, I will be working at that as well.
Oh, will you?
Yes. There's a broomstick. Now, I think we've actually got... There we are. Have a look at that. Ooh. Chicago Cubs, they're bringing all their own food. There's the broomstick... Oh, no, this is the boomstick, which is a 2-foot-long hot dog.
Right.
2-foot hot dog. How about this, the St. Louis donut burger, because that's one of the delicacies that can be eaten in St. Louis. So it's donut either side of the burger.
Right, that's disgusting.
Or the Chicago brisket sandwich. So there's some of the things, and if you can do all 3, I think you win a prize. And
I'd probably kill you.
Well, I know, but what a way to go, quite frankly. But that's happening at the baseball, which is coming to London.
You know, everyone's going to want a 2-foot-long hot dog.
Yeah, I know.
They just because you just would, wouldn't you?
You would, wouldn't you? Yeah.
2 foot long is...
2 feet, yeah, it's about 2 feet.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to... On you, it's about a third of you.
No, yeah, it's like
yeah, it's long, isn't it?
Ellie, are you trying to work this out in metres? Is that what you're trying to do?
No.
Yeah.
2 foot.
2 foot long.
Third of Stephen.
60
centimetres. All in one hot dog, yeah. So that's what's going to happen at the end of June.
Yeah. Oh, well, you can have one.
Of course I am.
Yeah, quite right.
You've got to.
Give my best to Jeff.
Sir Jeff.
Sir Jeff.
Yes, I will. Give my best to Jeff.
I mean, I'm sure
you're on... okay.
He'd be delighted to hear from me.
He will. I'll send him your best, and I'll avoid the 1966 World Cup final, and then I'll be coming back looking for a new job, I should
Yes, I think you will. Yeah, for a whole host of reasons.
Enjoy your lunch.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. I look forward to it. Yes, I'll be in tomorrow.
Yeah, excellent. Look
with Sir
Jeff.
If things go well. If things go well.
Bring him in.
Now, the tearaway TikTok troublemaker Mizzy says police will never get him. We'll tell you more. This is GB News.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different.
It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
It's 8:42 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie.
And it's time to go through the papers now. And joining us this morning is broadcaster and host of Blethered podcast, Sean McDonald, and writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth. Good morning to you both. And Candice, we're going to start with you because you're a redhead, aren't you?
Yes,
a tinge of red, I say.
Well, it's changed colour, yeah. I mean, as you get older, it sort of gets a bit darker. It's even got a bit of blonde in it.
Well, it's a lovely colour.
Well, thank you.
Chestnut.
Thank you.
Have you learned to love your colour?
So this story struck me. So this is the story in the Star, which is that redheads, so there's a study done by some hair colour company, that redheads love to learn their hair colour by about the age of 20. So then they sort of settle into it. But when they're younger, they do face a lot of bullying. And so you find they try and dye their hair colour, don't like it, can feel a bit negative about it. And I think it is something that comes with age. Like with me, now that my hair's sort of getting a bit darker and losing its red, I do feel like I've lost my identity a little bit.
But why? What I don't understand, I've never understood, why is it that redheads get stick?
I'd love to know. Is it just because it's different?
It must be a genetic thing, though. There must be something about redheads where we go, oh, that's different.
Yeah, and it's the colour red. Maybe the colour red ignites some reaction in people that, you know, other colours don't, maybe. I mean, some people attribute it to maybe prejudice towards Irish immigrants as well. It could be some of that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it. I mean, you go to places like Italy, they love red hair. They've got no issue with it, so maybe there is something cultural. There's a cultural component. Both my children...
It's a proper copper top.
Yes.
You know, those people who've got really copper hair.
I know. Both my children do as well.
It's stunning, isn't it?
Yes. Although, I think it's easier as you get older and you become more confident in yourself. But when you're young, a lot of people, when they're young, just want to fit in.
Yeah.
So it can be difficult. I mean, I had a boy in my class who had red hair, and then by the time he was a teenager, he was dyeing it black.
Right.
He just wanted to hide. He didn't want to have red hair anymore, which I think is such a pity.
It is. Just all embrace our natural colour.
Was that aimed at anyone in particular?
Let's not comment on that.
Sean, should we have a look in the mail? This is the TikTok troublemaker Mizzy. He's now bragging that police are never going to get him.
Yeah, this is this wee boy, Bakari Bronze O'Garo, and this is exactly what he is, just a wee boy. For anyone who's unaware, this wee guy has been putting out videos on TikTok in the way which he's been... he's defining it as pranking people, but it has been videos of basically intimidating people, going up to them, asking if they want to die, attacking Orthodox Jews, threatening young women late at night in a train station.
Really?
Stole an old woman's dog in the park, and that's his shtick, asking do they want to die. He has been up in court, I think what was it, I can't even remember the...
Is it Thames Magistrates Court this
Thames
week?
Magistrates Court. So what was it?
Community protection notice that
Community
he broke.
protection notice.
Basically an ASBO.
Yeah, and he basically was up for disturbing the public peace, or however you would define it. He took part in a TV interview the other night and basically just laughed in the face of the law. I think he's going to have a severe, serious comeuppance coming his way soon. It might not be at the hands of the law. There's a lot of people saying that we shouldn't discuss this, that we shouldn't talk about it, we shouldn't give him exposure, and I do understand that point. However, I think it's good to have his face out there so that people recognise him if they come up to him. It's just absolutely depraved, and I think even his own family have kind of disowned him at this point. There's a lot of talk about should he be extended sort of compassion, or should people be trying to help him? I don't think so. He's just basically laughing in people's faces. He said, it's not my fault that the law is weak, and he's basically vowed to continue doing it. And I know it may seem uncouth or a wee bit.
Is it not illegal? I mean, if he's like pinching an old person's dog or saying you're going to die,
honest to God,
actually breaking a law somewhere along the line.
You would assume so, and you would think that the Met Police would be clamping down a lot harder, but they're not. And I think there should be sustained public pressure for there to be some sort of repercussion. He even said the other night, this was what really got my back up. He said, I don't understand why people care, because it's not as if it's happening to them. That shows me that we're dealing with a psychopath, because the reason I care and everybody else cares is I don't like to see people being bullied. I don't like defenceless people, because he picks his targets very carefully. There's no way he's coming up to me. There's no way he's going up to somebody else who's going to actually do something back. He's very careful in who he picks. And yeah, he's going to have a severe comeuppance, whether it's at the hands of the police or whether it's at the hands of a genuine nutcase.
Yeah.
It's he's honestly a vile, vile wee guy.
I mean, I was in court for this on, I think it was Wednesday, and the judge fined him £365. It's the only thing that she could do. It was just a financial penalty that she could impose. So £365. But his lawyer was very quick to say, oh, he's only on universal credit, so he won't be able to pay anything. He doesn't actually have any income. So he's paying it back £30 a month. So something like £1 a day.
Yeah.
And when he was sat in court, he was in a black hoodie and a white COVID mask, obviously just kind of sat like this. But the second he stepped outside and there were cameras, we were all there, feeding the beast, you might say, he'd taken off the hoodie and taken off the face mask, and he was happy and smiling and he's really enjoying it.
Pathological attention seeker.
Well, yeah. Did they not make money off TikTok?
I think so, but his account has been shut down for months and rules. Now, the fact that you've got a foreign social media app who are acting more swiftly than the police, I think it speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's in no way a free speech issue. I mean, what he's doing are criminal acts.
Yeah. I mean, the trespassing into a house.
Oh, God.
You would think
someone's
would be
house
criminal.
and sitting there.
Just sat, and only left once they explained that they had young children. So, and you do worry about, you know, with followers and likes and now being in the newspapers, and we're talking about him now, I mean, will he feel like he needs to do something even more outrageous now to get more content and more followers and likes?
Yes, yeah. These people exist and they sort of exploit social media, but they don't know where the line is and they always go too far and they burn themselves out completely.
Well, I think the bottom line is he's 18 and therefore stupid.
Yeah,
basically.
He's been criticised from all quarters. He even tried to blame it on being black, and then you've had some prominent black commentators come out and say, like, how dare you?
Yeah.
And what he's doing, I believe, is he is diminishing actual cases of racism.
Oh, yeah.
But he's emboldening genuine racists. So he's across the quarter, he's just creating enemies.
It's making it worse.
Yeah.
Candice, to some more positive news, actually, in The Sun, which is claiming that our gas and lecky bills are going to drop by the best part of £500
Yes.
this summer.
Oh, thank goodness, aren't we all pleased? So this story in The Sun is basically about how energy bills are starting to fall by about an average of £426 per household. The only other bad side to the story is they're still twice the amount they were 2 years ago. So we're kind of stuck with high prices for a long time. And who knows when they'll fall back down to where they were. But at least it's some relief for people battling with food prices at the moment, mortgage costs. Just even a little bit when financial resilience is so low is a good thing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, but you do wonder why. It's just going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yes.
It's going to take a long time. Am I getting the nod that we have our... Oh, we don't have it. We were hoping to talk to Nick Thomas Simmons, the Shadow International Trade Secretary, but he's not popped up in time. So in the meantime, why, Sean? Why? Now, this is just... I mean, even I had quite a good lockdown, right? You know, I quite enjoyed it.
What did you get up to, though?
I didn't get up to anything particularly bad, but you know, I quite liked being at home, enjoyed the countryside, enjoyed that I live in a nice place, I could enjoy the countryside, the roads were quiet, all that sort of thing was all very nice. However, it still worries me when the Telegraph says the WHO, the World Health Organization, could force us into lockdown at some point in the future.
Yeah, I think that's quite a misleading headline, and I think the fact it's in the Telegraph should be the first indication of the type of angle that they're coming from. Basically, the sort of mention or proposal is that member states would be obliged to follow the agency's instructions when responding to pandemics, including border closures, vaccine passports and quarantine measures, if they are part of a new sort of agreement. Now, I don't necessarily think that is a completely terrible thing. I think, you know, I hate even saying this phrase, but it was such an unprecedented global event, and it took us such a long time to have in terms of a structure, a response, vaccine rollout and that type of thing. You know, because one of the other things, right, this is very telling, one of the objections from the Conservative MPs who've written to ministers to warn about this is that they fear that governments could be forced to hand over basically the intellectual copyright for vaccines. So that's money making. You know, if you're trying to gatekeep something which is essentially a health issue, that was a real issue for me back then. You know, when there were countries or companies that were unwilling to share these vaccine formulas. Now, if we'd have been able to have that done a lot faster, we could have seen a much better rollout. Of course, we don't want anybody to be forcing us into lockdowns, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
What do you make, Candice?
See, I always think you need democratic debate depending on the country you're in, and different countries are going to have different ideas about how they want to solve these things. I mean, with the lockdowns, most countries did kind of follow the same protocol. You had a couple of outliers, like Sweden, who took a different approach. And I think people need to be able to do this voluntarily. I don't know if I like the idea of compulsion from a supranational body, just on a philosophical level, but also I think it can cause a lot of problems in the country you're in, especially England, where people there's a strong democratic tradition in this country.
Interesting. Sure you've got a view on that. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Thank you both very much indeed. It's been good to see you this morning.
Yeah, really good to see you both. Thank you very much.
We were talking about dog attacks earlier on, and one Tory MP is calling for the owners of pets who kill other pets, other dogs, should be prosecuted. It's got a big response. Steve says, as someone who's had his dog attacked on 4 occasions because of irresponsible dog owners, I really think people need to take responsibility for their pets.
Darren says, these dog attacks recently have been really disgusting, and yet people don't know what a dangerous dog is. I grew up on a canine military base. The dogs there would make tragedies seem tame.
Oh, well, there you go. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, let's talk migration, should we? Because the Prime Minister says he hasn't lost control of migration despite it hitting that record high. apparently it's gone up. The net migration figure gone up by 606,000 in 2022.
Well, meanwhile, Labour says the asylum processing backlog has surged to a record high under Rishi Sunak's government.
Well, let's talk to the Shadow Secretary of State for International Trade, Nick Thomas-Simmons, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. The problem is when we look at all these figures, they're all retrospective, aren't they? And it's about what happens next that matters, surely.
Well, firstly, it is very good to join you on the morning show, as always. And, well, of course, figures always, by their very nature, about what has previously happened. But by them, we can judge the effectiveness of what measures the government's taking and then look at what lessons we can learn for the future. And one of the major problems in these figures, in my view, is the 250,000 people that we are recruiting to our workforce from overseas. And whilst, of course, those people will make a great contribution, I'm not saying that they won't for a moment, the fact that we are recruiting from overseas at that level is, I'm afraid, an indication of the government's complete failure on skills, their complete failure to close the skills gap here in the UK and try to ensure that workers here in the UK have got a fair chance of filling those vacancies. The government hasn't done that. And you can see why we've got the figure that we now have.
Is that a fair criticism, though, saying that it's the government who's failed to address Britain's skills shortage? Because a lot of what we're talking about here, I mean, the care sector, which relies very heavily on foreign labour, and also jobs like fruit pickers, they're jobs that British people don't particularly want to do. I mean, they don't pay enough.
Well, first of all, we've got 7 million people on hospital waiting lists, where if you were dealing with that, we'd have more people available to go into our workforce. But secondly, and you mentioned how much people are paid, we do need to end this system whereby for many occupations on the shortage occupation list, employers are able to recruit from overseas and pay people 20% less than they're actually being paid if you were to recruit them from here in the UK. That's an unfairness that should end. But also the Migration Advisory Committee, which advises the government on which occupations go on that shortage occupation list for overseas recruitment, we should be linking that to skills bodies here in the UK, so that whenever, for a short-term basis, which is what it should be, employers have had to recruit from overseas, the government has to link it to upskilling our workforce here in the UK. It's absolutely vital they do it. And by the way, businesses up and down the country, I meet them regularly in my own role as Shadow International Trade Secretary, are crying out for a skills strategy from the government. The government's been promising to act on this for years, but just hasn't done it. And that's why we're in a situation where they're having to recruit 250,000 workers from overseas.
The Labour policy going to be on this then? Is it about, would you like to train more Brits? Do you want to... Is the position that you would reduce that net migration figure?
We want that net migration figure to come down, and we expect it to come down. And yes, we would be looking to train and upskill our workforce. A couple of practical examples. We would, for example, be changing the apprenticeships levy. The apprenticeships levy at the moment is very restricted in terms of what it can be used for. It should be an apprenticeship and skills levy so we can upskill our workforce. And we should, by the way, be ending the non-dom tax status so that people pay tax on all their income here in the UK and use that money to run the biggest recruitment drive for the NHS in its history.
OK, but... So you say the figure needs to come down to what sort... I mean, I know it's not about setting targets. We know that's a disaster, frankly. But to what sort of ballpark figure? If 600,000 is too much, what's acceptable?
Well, this is... I think the answer is in the question, Stephen, in a sense, because I don't think it's wise to set, ballpark figures or targets, because we know that that approach is completely and utterly discredited. We've had Conservative Prime Minister after Conservative Prime Minister setting targets that have never been met, that frankly have just resulted in even less confidence in the system. So what our focus is as I've indicated, to identify those areas where we think the figure is too high and government policy can make a difference. And the one, as I indicated in my previous answer in particular, is this issue of recruiting visas and issuing visas at far too high a rate to workers from overseas. And that's something where we definitely be looking to get the figures down.
Nick Thomas Simmons, really good to see you. As always, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. I'm sure you've got thoughts on that. GBviews at gbnews.com. Would love to hear your views. This is GB News.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday, the 26th of May. Today, an 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being struck by a police van in Lancaster. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, with police appealing to the public for information. Homeowners are told to brace for a rise in mortgage rates. Uncertainty over latest inflation figures forces some lenders to raise fixed-term deals by more than 5%.
Rishi Sunak faces yet more backlash from his own party. Some MPs have concerns over the safety of their seats after net migration hit a new record of more than 600,000. And brace for turbulence. Half-term getaways could be sent into chaos. More strikes threatening to stop thousands of summer holidays. Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Fascinated by what Nick Thomas Simmons was just saying a moment ago. The net migration figure needs to be brought down, he says, and the Labour Party, if in government, would bring it down, but doesn't want to set a target or a ballpark figure. And do you know what? I understand his position, because the minute you set a target, it becomes a problem. But what you have is, if you're saying, well, 600,000 needs to be reduced, well, what is an acceptable level then? I mean, I know it varies year on year, but this is the quandary that everybody's in at the moment, whether you're in government or opposition, is to actually what is acceptable? How is all this drawn up? How many Brits who aren't working do they need to get working to reduce this figure? What impact is it having on housing, healthcare, education, all these sort of things? It's very difficult.
Very, very difficult. And there's not an easy answer. I mean, we do have a skills shortage, don't we, in the care sector and for jobs like fruit pickers. Should it be going to British people? Would British people do those jobs?
What I'm intrigued by is when they say, well, it's not paid enough.
Not paid enough.
Well, why are we paying foreign workers less than you'd pay anybody else? That doesn't seem particularly fair, actually, in the great scheme of things. So maybe it needs to be paid at a level where people are going to... It must be minimum wage.
Yeah, I think it is barely minimum wage, yeah. Mark and Simon have both made the same points, that people should work for their benefits, rather than refusing to work or take the jobs they work for their dole. Otherwise, there's no incentive, both of them saying the same sort of thing.
Well...
Should it be people on benefits that are out doing things like picking fruit?
It's not a bad thing. It gets you a work ethic, doesn't it? It creates a work ethic, which is what a lot of people struggle with. And yes, no, not a criticism. If you're out of work for a long time, then you do lose the work ethic. Of course you do.
You'd earn your own money that way. Let us know what you think of that. Others suggesting that overseas students, the large numbers of them that are pursuing university courses, some of them are using it as a backdoor into the UK. That needs to be addressed. Let us know what you think. gbviews at gbnews.com.
Well, of course, one of the issues surrounding all of this is that some Tory MPs, particularly in Leave voting seats, are worried about being ousted at the next election unless that net migration figure is reduced. The PM has said it is too high, but says, well, he has still got control of the system.
Well, joining us now for the latest is GB News political reporter Catherine Forster. And Catherine, just before we come on to those migration figures, just bring us up to speed on the situation in Downing Street, because you are back inside Downing Street now. You're opposite number 10. You were the first journalist to be given access back after a car crashed into the gates last night. What's the scene there this morning?
Yes, all calm here now after the drama of yesterday afternoon when the silver Ford Kia crashed into the barrier at 4:20 and a man was taken away on suspicion of criminal damage and dangerous driving. I've had a look at the gates, also talked to some of the police who are stationed here all the time. And basically there's two sets of gates at Downing Street. There's the inner set of very big gates put up in 1989. Margaret Thatcher had those installed, fears of terrorism, by the IRA. But there's an outer set of gates, only about waist high. The car, in fact, did actually break through those gates. I've had a look at them now. The damage is minimal, but it did break through that outer set of gates, then came to a standstill at the inner set. So fortunately, nobody injured. We don't know the motivation behind this, but it's not being treated as terror related. The car was not moving fast. The Prime Minister was taken out at the time, is now up in Yorkshire. But calm, but a reminder of, I suppose, the threat and why there is such a big security presence here and those very big gates.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the headache is far from over for the PM, though, is it, with these migration figures? And now, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of concern, but a lot of concern on the back benches, which isn't going to help it.
No, it's really not. But isn't it incredible? You know, we've had 13 years of Conservative prime ministers saying they're going to bring net migration down to the tens of thousands up until Boris Johnson, who abandoned that, but did say in the 2019 manifesto they'd get it down from what it was, which was about 220,000. And here we are at 606,000. So very real worries from a lot of Conservative MPs who feel that voters are going to punish them for this at the next election. Brexit, of course, was all about taking back control. So we were told that the numbers would come down. Important to say there's three big chunks, isn't there? We've got the refugees from Ukraine, from Hong Kong, from Afghanistan. Not many people would have an argument with that. Then there's the student numbers and their dependents. The government is going to crack down specifically on the number of dependents coming in. But really, I think the biggest question is about the large numbers of foreign workers coming into this country and doing jobs that, you know, filling gaps that we have in social care, in the NHS. But Brexit, we were promised, weren't we, a high-skilled, high-wage economy. That really hasn't happened. So for all the rhetoric from the government, the reality is really very different. The reality is that it suits them to let people come in on a minimum of 26,000 a year to plug these gaps. It's easier, it's quicker, it's less expensive for them than to rewire the economy, to work on upskilling, to push firms to increase automation. We have one of the lowest automation rates in the developed world in this country. Businesses, it's quicker, it's cheaper to bring people in. But of course, wages have stagnated. And as we know, there's 5.3 million people here on out of work benefits. Surely some of our own people could be put to better use.
Viewers are emailing in this morning, Catherine. I mean, Rishi Sunak is going to be under a lot of pressure now to bring this figure down before the next general election. The latest he could possibly call that is probably January 2025, isn't it? I mean, it's a big ask, isn't it?
It is a big ask. I think the numbers will come down because, of course, Ukraine, Hong Kong, Afghanistan, those numbers are going to reduce. Also the number of dependents coming with foreign students. Of course, foreign students bring a lot of money with them. The rate of tuition fees for British students has been frozen since 2010. So they are effectively subsidising our own students. But, you know, is the government really going to address this huge issue of millions of people on out of work benefits, millions of British people getting in foreign workers? We hear a lot of talk about this, but so far very little action. And interesting, isn't it, that many people are now viewing Labour as going to be tougher on immigration than the Conservatives, which is a real reversal of fortunes, but I think just a measure of how broken these promises have been over 13 years.
Catherine, thanks very much indeed. Well, talking of Labour, Sir Keir Starmer is in Scotland today. We'll tell you what he's up to in just a moment. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat.
Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
9:13 now. Sir Keir Starmer is heading up north today to Scotland, where he's going to campaign with the Scottish Labour leader Anna Sawar.
Well, the pair will make the case that only Labour can deliver change in Scotland, that the country is stuck between 2 failing governments.
Well, let's talk to Tony Maguire, who's in the former Labour seat of Rutherglen. Good to see you this morning, Tony. It's fascinating, isn't it? Because when you look at what's happening in Scotland, you wonder whether is the Labour Party the only party that can actually make any inroads against the SNP?
Well, certainly that's going to be the case that Sir Keir Starmer is going to make today. Sir Keir enjoying a bit of a whistle-stop tour around Scotland. He was over in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath yesterday, and here he's coming to Rutherglen today to talk to local business owners, all off the back, of course, of Margaret Ferrier's impending suspension from the Commons and what is thought to be a pretty sure thing for a by-election. Now, that vote was supposed to happen in the Commons yesterday, but unfortunately nobody bothered to turn up. So the Commons rules are that there has to be at least 35 MPs who are able to vote. There obviously wasn't anywhere near enough that many, and that means that with Westminster going into a recess, unfortunately, that vote has been pushed back. So Sir Keir was expecting to come here today full of the ideas of this is the battleground, but I mean, make no bones about it. I know a lot of viewers may struggle to maybe point to exactly where Rutherglen is on a map of Scotland, but this is the most significant political battleground area since probably 2014 in the independence referendum. Margaret Ferrier, of course, she admitted to travelling in a train to London, waiting on the results of a COVID test in 2020. She then travelled back to Scotland on the train again in receipt of a positive test. And that earned her a suspension from the SNP. She now sits as an independent. And if 10% of the local area here votes her out and votes for change, then certainly a by-election is called, and that Labour is hoping will be the groundbreaking ceremony for Labour's return to the top flights of Scottish politics. They're the third biggest party in Holyrood just now, but certainly Sir Keir Starmer, the penny seems to have dropped for him now. He knows that he stands a chance, in England and Wales, just winning more seats than the Conservatives. But if he can get, so many more of Scotland's 59 MP seats for the next general election, then he stands a much better chance of having a convincing majority the next time a general election is called. The people of Rutherglen, as you mentioned, they had voted Labour consistently until 2019, where Margaret Ferrier took the seat for the SNP. And this Scottish Labour is hoping, and certainly broadcasting as well, that this could hopefully be the beginning of the end for the SNP's iron hold of Scottish politics and Scottish Labour's return to make a real difference in Scotland, on the back of the promise that they offer something completely different.
OK. Tony, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Tony. Now, more to come. Stephanie Tetchy, she's been having a wonderful time in Cannes. She's going to join us there with all the celebrity gossip from last night. This is Breakfast on GB News.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Westminster is going...
Views, so many of them this morning. We're drowning in views. A lot on the migration issue. Anurin says, regarding fruit picking, what would you do the rest of the year? It's a relatively short season, and unless you're travelling country to country following the seasons, how do you earn a living? Which is a very valid point. But then why are we letting people in to be fruit pickers if... Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
If we're allowing people through the system just to pick fruit, I don't know, but it's a valid point.
It is a valid point, yeah. Steve says the easy way to get more people filling job vacancies is take them off benefit. Peter says housing benefit particularly problematic and hard to replace with wages for unskilled work. Transition to work should be incentivised and refusal to accept work should be punished by withdrawal of benefits. But then to that, Kate says some commentators have been banging on about forcing people on benefits, many who have disabilities, to go into work. Remind me the definition of forced labour and modern slavery rules are.
Yeah, well, all valid points, actually. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBviews at gbnews.com. Now, the biggest names in showbiz have been to the annual Amphar Gala at the Cannes Film Festival. What's that, I hear you ask? Well, it raises awareness and, very importantly, funds to fight HIV and AIDS.
Well, leading the way at the star-studded event were Heidi Klum, Kate Beckinsale, Eva Longoria and Helena Christensen as they walked the famous blue carpet.
Well, of course, our very own Stephanie Tecci was there.
It was a very lovely evening. I think the stars definitely put where their money is. When it comes to Amphar, it's raised so far over £600 million into research into HIV and AIDS prevention. And what's been quite interesting about yesterday's red carpet, you know, usually at these Cannes events, is all about just, you know, showing off, showing your fashion sense, which people did do yesterday. But the thing is, the celebrities were out for a good cause. And when it comes to Amphar, they're always willing to put their name towards it to support such a very good cause such as this.
Because obviously the celebrity tie-in with HIV/AIDS is not in the spotlight like it used to be. Things have come on a long way, but clearly there's a need for that support and for more money to be raised.
Definitely, it's definitely, when we think of HIV and we think of AIDS, guys, it's one of the world's, you know, biggest killers. Even though there's been so much research that has been done over the years, there's still a long way to go. And, you know, you find that celebrities are the few people that have got the money to support these causes. And also they can promote the message to a wider audience as well.
And, I mean, it's such a worthwhile cause, as you say, Stephanie, but also the fashion was just amazing last night, wasn't it?
Well, Ellie, the fashion this week has been quite controversial in Cannes because a lot of the celebrities have been daring to bear. So, you know, they've been wearing very revealing outfits and, you know, it's kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because a lot of people say on the red carpet, you should be a little bit more conservative. But I've loved it. Like people such as Eva Longoria last night wearing this lovely black gown, which was see-through at bottom. My favourite was Heidi Klum. She was wearing this stunning lime green feathered dress, which was just really head-turning. And I think what's the good thing about Cannes and red carpets such as this is just all about expressing yourself. And a lot of the celebrities I was speaking to yesterday weren't really paying attention to the critics. They're saying Cannes is where you can show off your sense of style. But beyond fashion, guys, yesterday the carpet was tinged with sadness because a lot of celebrities were talking about the passing of Tina Turner and how, you know, she had influenced their careers or even their fashion style.
Yeah, I mean, she's someone who had an amazing influence. I mean, in terms of singers, I did see on your Insta that you were chatting to Robin Thicke yesterday, up close and personal.
Yes,
I mean, he must have had some thoughts on Tina.
He did. He said that, you know, Tina Turner's one of the artists that has inspired his music and shaped the industry as well. You know, even as a man, the fact that she's been so vocal in her past about like domestic violence and the way that she introduced as a black woman, you know, doing rock and roll music, I think she broke those genres. And I think that's what a lot of the artists here were influenced by Tina Turner. And when the news broke about Tina's death as well, all the red carpets that have been here this week, they've been playing her music. They've been having like silence, like minutes of silence before a film. So it's definitely, we have lost a worldwide icon.
Fabulous.
Oh, and we have, haven't we?
And it's just amazing just seeing her. What a lady.
What a lady. What a life.
What a voice.
What a voice. And as you said earlier, you will listen to her music now and we will all just smile. And isn't that great, just for a legacy?
Yeah.
And your dance as well, people dancing all over the world to Tina Turner
And you
songs.
see, nobody danced like Tina.
No.
I mean, it was extraordinary.
The female Elvis, they called her.
Really?
She was so groundbreaking in terms of, yeah.
I suppose she was.
Yeah.
I just love her.
Yeah.
Love her. Well, the one I always said I really wanted to see perform live. I'm not a big one for going to concerts, but I really wanted to see Tina, but I've just missed the boat.
Have you seen the musical?
No.
Well, I recommend.
Have you seen it?
I have.
Does she sound like Tina?
Yeah,
when you saw
really good, really good. The story, I mean, she's had a really hard life,
Yeah.
so the story is a very good
I saw the film.
The music's amazing.
Because there was a film came out, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago that she was involved in, which was incredible. So, there you go. Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. Lots more coming up for you in just a second. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So Dubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
I'm Mark White.
9:29. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. We'd love to hear from you this morning. If you would, please, this morning, gbviews@gbnews.com. Loads of you getting in touch.
Yeah.
About all sorts of different things.
Yes, we do love to hear from
What have
you.
you got? Oh, what about food?
Yeah, food or holidays.
Oh, food and holidays.
Yeah, that's my favourite.
OK, let's do a bit of food to start with. Ruth says the best sandwich is white cheddar and strawberry jam. Yeah, I could go with that.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a good one. Lots of you talking about food inflation and the cost of things.
Yeah.
I ordered fish and chips for two and a Greek salad. Came to £38. This is from Donna. This order was to be picked up from the shop. Needless to say, we cancelled the order. This was in Essex.
Oh.
Well, Essex prices, I do think, are like London prices.
Oh, a Stotty.
Stotty?
It's not Scottish. It's Northumbrian.
Oh.
It's unleavened bread made in the northeast. Circular and heavy, but delightfully good as a sandwich, says Les.
So it's like a flatbread? Sounds like a flatbread.
Well, it's thicker
Unleavened.
than a flat. Yeah, but thicker. So there you go. So thank you for that. In terms of holidays, where did you see that nice holiday one? Anne and Martin.
Yeah.
So there's holiday chaos, or there could be holiday chaos. It's half term. All
Busiest flight day of the year.
Busiest flight day.
3,000 flights taking off today.
So why get a flight at all? Anne and Martin say their holiday at the beginning of October is to walk the Great Glen Way, Fort William to Inverness. Gorgeous scenery walking alongside Loch Ness.
Now, if you've got the weather this weekend, that's going to be fabulous. If
I
you're
just
doing the
think that-
Great Glen Way.
But yeah, I just think that'd be a really lovely thing to do.
Oh, beautiful.
I'd love to do that.
Sue in Cheshire says the last holiday I went on was a cruise to the Arctic Circle in 1999. The last time I was on a plane was 2001 on a business trip to Malta. I cannot say I miss holidays at all.
Oh.
Well.
Oh no, I'd like to get away.
And Pete says he's having a holiday in this country now. The bother of weight, what you can and can't take, security and the hassle of getting to an airport causes too much stress.
He's in Brierley Hill. Justin says, Stephen, why me? You really must try Paphos in Cyprus. It's beautifully scenic, and get to Troodos and Mount Olympia. Oh, Mount Olympia would be interesting. There's some great all-inclusive hotels if you want peace and quiet. If you want some peace and quiet, lovely villas to rent in rural areas. Oh, and that's where you live. Oh, there you go. I lived here for 7 years now and loving every minute of it.
Oh, we could go visit Justin.
We'll go, yeah. There you go.
Beautiful.
Justin, thank you very much. You need Paphos. Yes, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, sounds good.
There you go.
Get yourself on a flight. You take off to Paphos.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah. And something else has been taking off, hasn't it?
Oh, nicely done. Yes, because after 2 years of waiting and days of training for the passengers, a Virgin Galactic flight took off yesterday from New Mexico, heading for the edge of space.
Yes, the flight, Unity 25, has been described as a final test run before the firm takes paying customers next month. I think I'd be too nervous for that. But it is 19 years since Sir Richard Branson launched the project to develop space tourism flights back in 2004.
Yeah, now it all gets a bit confusing because he's got another space firm, Virgin Orbit. Now, that's the satellite launching company, and that's ceasing operations permanently. Which is because he had a bit of a disastrous sort of test launch on that one. So he's given up on that rather than trying to keep going. Let's talk to space and planetary scientist Andy Lound, who joins us now. Good to see you, Andy. I mean, it's interesting that these two elements obviously are operating in very different ways. I wonder what is more important, because the private sector in things like satellite launches is important, but I wonder if the galactic side, the passenger side, is actually one that is going to spark a bit more interest for us normal folk.
Good morning. Yes, it's an interesting one, this. I mean, he touted the Virgin Galactic, as you said, 19 years ago now, and he was sort of overtaken a little bit by the people like Bezos and Musk, who've developed their own programs, and his rival for this fee-paying passenger thing, of course, is Bezos with his new Shepard spacecraft. And of course, the prices on Virgin Galactic, I think, started at about £125,000. It's now at £360,000 a seat, which is a staggering amount of money, really. But he has had problems, of course, with the accident and trying to develop the technology. So yes, it is interesting he's going for this, but this was always his dream to do it. And I love spaceflight completely, and I would, there's no way I'm ever going to afford a ticket onto one of these pieces of kit, and it is wonderful. It does look a little bit more like, well, multimillionaire. The only people who can afford these are other multimillionaires for tickets to go in. And I thought the launcher system that he was going to use to put satellites up, I actually thought from a benefit of commercialization was a little bit more practical. I thought that was really going to be a great way forward. But of course, commercial exercises like that, launching satellites, is slightly riskier in many respects. But also, you've also have the fact is you're getting your customer base set up and getting the technology right, and that actually costs an awful lot of money. And his pockets aren't deep enough to do that, and the banks didn't really back him for that. Where the banks seem to be a little bit more keen to back him for Virgin Galactic, probably because you're getting multimillionaires to pay for the tickets, which is not what you get, of course, with satellite launches. You're getting private companies or universities buying places on a satellite launcher. Personally, if I'd got the money in my back pocket, I'd be pushing for the satellite launches, but that's probably because I'm more interested in doing work while you get into space rather than just the joyride. Or the joyride is fun. It's nice to actually get some work done. But it does show you that you can't do both unless you've got exceptionally deep pockets. People like Musk and Bezos can do both.
Of course. So tell us a bit more about this flight, the Unity 25. So the passengers on it had to undertake 3 days of training, didn't they? What did they have to go through? What did they have to prepare for?
Well, you need to yes, you've got to go through the emergency procedures, the horrible part. You've got to know how to deal with the emergency if an emergency happens. You've got to be able to adjust to a weightless environment. You're only weightless for a very short period of time, of course. And of course, there's the controversy then of the actual flight itself. That does it actually go into space, or is it just below space because of its altitude? But you need to go through the safety procedures of how to deal with that, of what happens when you get into space. And of course, you've got the normal medical checks as well that you have to go through to make sure that you're not going to suddenly have a heart attack when you get up there, that you're reasonably fit enough to travel, which you should be able to. If you can do the big roller coasters, you can. So it's generally the safety procedures, what to and what not to do while you're on the vehicle, and to make sure that you do what you are told when you're on the vehicle, which is always a thing that people often have a problem with. They need to do what they're told. And this is why you've seen in the past military people taking space flights, because they're very good at taking instructions.
I'm sure we'd do as we were told if we were on it, Andy. To be fair. But obviously, there is controversy. Is it real space travel or not quite? Yeah. How high do they actually go?
This vehicle went 56 miles up. Now, NASA and the American military say that when you go 50 miles up, they consider it to be space. The international authorities accept the Kármán line as the border, which is 100 kilometers, which is 62 miles or so. So there is controversy over this as to where space actually begins. The atmosphere doesn't just cut off, of course. It slowly fades and fades away. And most international bodies accept the Kármán line, developed by Theodore Kármán, where he worked out the mathematics of where the velocity of the aircraft is what's necessary to get you up into a position and overtakes that of the wings that you need to hold you up. And that turns out to be about 62 miles, 100 kilometers. So people accept the Kármán line as technical space. But of course, NASA and the American military decided a different way. So there's a bit of rivalry between Bezos, who do take you to the Kármán line, and Virgin, which doesn't. So it's going to be an interesting argument, as everybody says, well, you didn't really go into space, did you, for all your money? And it's just going to get really out of hand, really, with this kind of argument.
I'll tell you what, though, that's just under 300,000 feet. So it's, in essence, it's roughly 10 times higher than we go in a plane when we're jetting off to Tenerife or whatever. It's a long way up, isn't it? It is a lot. I mean, the views you get up there, you must see the real blackness of space.
You do, because you're still in a very rarefied part of the atmosphere. You know, there's very little up there. It's still a vacuum outside, and when you stop flying, of course, when the thrusters come off, when you stop the acceleration, you do feel weightless. Of course, while you're up there, you just fall back down to the ground, but you still experience it all. So it's still a fantastic experience. And you know, I've said something about it's very, very expensive, £360,000. Would I, if I'd got the cash, would I do it? Of course I would. Of course, you want to experience that and go in and see the curvature of the Earth and the blackness of space above you. Although I would take a quick look down at the Earth, I'd be very tempted to keep looking upwards to see what's beyond and how far can I go then. But yeah, what an experience you're going to get. And there's a lot of flights to be doing. There's a balloon which takes you very, very high at the moment, which is going to do, which is also very expensive, which takes you not as high as that, but still very high, where you get, again, you can see the curvature of the Earth and the blackness of space above you as well. So I think, to be quite honest, the next 150 years is going to see so many people take these type of flights, and they're probably going to be incredibly common. I think probably in 20 years' time, the prices will be so low that it will be fairly common for ordinary people to have a chance where you haven't had to make hundreds of millions of pounds. You're a footballer or a politician, can afford to go up.
What does this teach us about? I mean, obviously we're dealing with atmospheric flight here, which is a slightly different kettle of fish. But what do we learn scientifically from all of this? Because it is about what we learn. It's not just about making money or getting us all just to the edge of space.
I'd have to say these galactic flights really are a commercial enterprise for making money, for taking people got money up into this environment. They really do. There will be some people who will be able to go up and will like to bring an experiment of some kind with them, but the flight time is so short, there's very little you can do. The big thing you can actually do, of course, is get into orbit, and that's where the real research actually carries out. Axiom have just sent a 4-person crew up into the space station, which is a private mission. A lot of scientific work is going to do that, including the first Arab female astronaut. But from an engineering point of view, we're learning fantastic things indeed. And I think from an engineering point of view, this is a fantastic breakthrough, using the carrier aircraft to drop the spacecraft down, which is a winged spacecraft, of course. It flies in above the atmosphere, then its wings feather, so they actually pop out, and then it actually comes back down again. I think from an engineering point of view, it's absolutely staggering what we've learned from this, and that will have great benefits for future aircraft flights, not just into space, but into domestic flights anyway. So I think we've learned a great deal from that and how to get the job done. Bearing in mind, he's doing work here that took NASA hundreds of millions of dollars to do in the early 1960s, and they were doing that with simple rockets. He's doing this with a reusable aircraft. That in itself is a great breakthrough.
Yeah, that's what I love about it.
Yeah.
You see, another 20 years, Andy, it could be me and you affording to go into one of these things, which it'd be worth the wait.
Oh, it so would.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Andy, really good to see you this morning. Thanks very
so
much
Andy.
indeed. See you up there.
Thanks.
Would you do it?
Oh, you'd do it in a heartbeat. Do it in a heartbeat.
I'd let a few flights go first, I think. Let everybody test it out, and then I'll do it maybe in a year.
I did ask Richard Branson once if he'd give me a free ticket.
And what did he say?
He said, if I discovered a black hole, then because he'd given a free ticket to Stephen Hawking at the time, who'd recently discovered a black hole or something. So he said, if you discover a black hole, you can have a free ticket.
Oh, right. Any luck with that so far?
No, not yet.
No. All right, well,
no.
keep trying.
But, you know, it's worth a try.
That's interesting, isn't it, that in 20 years, that's going to be really commonplace, says Andy Lound.
Well, it's all that sort of thing, that the price comes down, and the more people do it. It's like everything. It's like your new tellies that are very expensive with the new technology and the flat panels and all that have ended up, everything comes down in price eventually. So, maybe be able to do it. And, of course, there is an advantage. When Andy's saying about the engineering and just domestic flights and things, what you can do is very, very high up. If you can develop aircraft that really allow you to efficiently get up to that level, then you can fly, because the atmosphere is so thin, your speed is so much faster. So you can get to New York or Australia or whatever it is within a few hours.
Yeah.
The higher you go, the faster you go. So, it's worth considering the benefits that we will get from all of this in its own time.
Yeah. 2 hours to Australia was one of the reports.
Was it?
Imagine the speed of that. Yeah, 2 hours to Australia.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice, because I'd like to go, actually. I'd really fancy Australia.
What, Australia or space? Well, both.
Well, both.
Australia via space, there you go, sorted. Do it in one trip.
That's the way to do it. So it's a bit like, you know, these... I'm sorry to waffle on, but you know the ballistic missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles that we're all very worried about and all the rest of it. They don't just go... They go up into space, like, sometimes up to something like 25,000, 30,000 miles.
Wow.
Into space, and then come back down. It's phenomenal. It's terrifying.
Speed,
but that's how they go. That's how they get intercontinental, because it can go up and then... It's absolutely terrifying. But fascinating. Sorry.
You're reading.
That's because I'm a geek. And because I'm a geek, I like things like augmented reality. Now, it's a big thing. And, of course, you've heard of it, because it's been on our phones for years, a very limited sort of AR. But it's just a weird thing that just adds things into what you actually see.
Yeah, it's a new form of technology that superimposes computer-generated images on the user's view of the world, like on a phone screen or with special glasses.
Now, one of the most amazing things about it is the way it can be used. It's all well and good for us just getting it on your phone and just having a bit of fun with it, but how it can actually be used then to assist people who've got sensory and neurodiverse illnesses to actually see and understand conversations around them.
Well, joining us now is the CEO of X-Ray Glass, Dan Scarf. Well, hello, good morning.
Hello, I'm here, and I'm sporting said glasses.
All right, so
wow.
What are they? How do they work?
So effectively what we've got, as you mentioned, is a set of augmented reality glasses. So these are glasses that look just like normal sunglasses, but these are magic glasses. So actually what I'm now seeing is subtitles of exactly what I'm saying in real time right in front of me.
Really?
Yes.
Now, how do you get the technology for that to work?
So effectively there's an app that runs on the phone, which you can see here. So this is actually what's doing all of the clever work here. So this is taking the audio that's being heard around and turning it into subtitles and then projecting that into the glasses.
So who would this benefit?
So we initially started out...
Can I try these,
Of course, by all means, yes.
Because this is the only pair in existence, isn't it?
Oh no, these are...
Oh, you've got a few of these?
Yeah, these are... we've got... These are...
I'm going to take my glasses off.
So these are actually commercially available glasses. So we don't make these glasses. This particular pair is made by a company called Nreal. There are also pairs made by TCL. There are also pairs made by Rokid. And our software effectively is compatible with all of those glasses. So you've just got to get hold of a compatible set of glasses, download our app, and have live subtitles.
What can you see in your glasses?
Well, you can have a go in a sec, but it is basically, it's like you're seeing the bottom of the phone screen with just the words coming up. I tell you what's got to be an issue with this, sir. Let me pass them over to Miss Costello.
Thank you.
It's because a lot of us have tried this sort of dictation software. And
yes.
It's getting that technology right.
Exactly right, yeah.
But that's really accurate.
So we support a number of different providers. So right now you're using a service from Amazon, so that's what's actually doing the transcription.
Right.
We also support Microsoft, we also support Deepgram, we also support offline models. So as well as letting people choose the right glasses for them, we also let them choose the right transcription provider for them, one that works for them.
So what else does this... I mean, because this is one sort of, in a way, one more basic sort of use of this technology.
Yes.
What else could it do in the future, moving forward?
In the bottom right, you'll see a little hamburger icon. If you just click on that one, and then on the right-hand side, you should then be able to see the language that you would like it to translate into. So if you now click on that one...
Oh, so the subtitle language.
So now pick a different language.
You can have Azerbaijani.
There we go.
Oh.
So now, hopefully, if the technology is working, then everything that I'm saying should now be getting translated into
just had a different
Azerbaijani in real time.
It's literally like watching the TV when you've got subtitles on, but everything that you're saying comes up almost in perfect timing. So just the slightest delay.
Less than a second is our target for this. Yes.
So are you a geek?
I used to be a geek.
So I'm thinking...
retired geek.
I'm a retired ex-geek.
No, so I'm thinking Star Trek translators.
Yes.
That is why everyone on Star Trek appears to speak English, because it's all being live translated in the sci-fi world.
Yes.
that's this.
Yes, that's
to an
this.
extent.
Yeah, but we can actually go one step beyond that as well. So we've actually got your own personal assistant built into this software as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
I don't know whether I've put the key in my phone, but you at any point can say, "Hey, X-Ray, can you summarise this conversation for me, please?"
Wow.
And it will then go off and it will then communicate with ChatGPT. It will then take your entire conversation and then provide a summary to you. Or you might
So it's
say...
like the minutes from a meeting?
Exactly right, yes.
Amazing.
Or you might say, hey, X-Ray, I had no idea what they were just talking about. Can you please give it to me in a slightly more easy-to-understand format? And it will then take that conversation, you know, perhaps you've been at a doctor's surgery and they've given you a whole bunch of medical stuff that you don't really understand what it's talking about. With this, you could just ask X-Ray what was it that they were actually
Now, that's
talking
interesting.
about.
So is that what they call, I don't want to get too technical for people watching and listening, but these large language models,
exactly,
which is what Microsoft Bing has just started using,
Yes.
and they're meant to be bringing out to Google, and where you can literally ask questions in a much more normal way.
And that is the exact same technology we're using. So we're using Microsoft's service, the same one that Bing uses. It's called ChatGPT by OpenAI, and that is the service that we are communicating with.
I mean, the possibilities for this are absolutely incredible, aren't they? I mean, not only for people who are hard of hearing or deaf, but
Yep.
also in the classroom. I mean, if you are somebody who struggles to make notes or to keep up in class, I mean, I'm literally seeing a copy of every... And you'd have the ability to have it as a set of notes.
And that's why it's quite interesting, because, again, we started with the deaf and the hard of hearing, but actually with this ability to be able to refer back to the notes, with this ability to be able to ask questions, actually now, all of a sudden, this is of benefit to anyone with a whole range of neurodiverse conditions. You look at ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, APD, anyone that struggles to understand information. So we initially started out helping people hear, now we're moving to helping people understand.
Yeah.
Wow.
You could see it rolled out in classrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Or lectures. You really could.
Yes, we believe so.
Such a useful tool.
Yeah.
So where next for this? Because this is, I mean, is this sort of a product now that you want to sort of keep on polishing, as it were, and keep evolving?
Yes, so I mean the basic transcription and translation we've done now, and we'll continue to add more languages and improve it. But the personal assistant is really where we think we can continue to add some incredible value. So again, this always with you, always on the whole time. This ability to be able to summon this. I don't even know what you would describe this thing as, this virtual assistant.
You need to get a name for it then, don't you?
Well, it is called X-Ray, of course, our X-Ray assistant. But yes, perhaps we should...
Maybe call it Ellie.
Ellie.
Oh, no, don't get carried away. Let's not get carried away.
Do you know what, though? It's really good. Sorry, darling, to interrupt.
GPT.
GPT.
Yes.
There's been so many negative stories about it in the media in the past few weeks, especially when it comes to the classroom. It's actually quite refreshing to hear something positive where it could actually really, really help people.
Yes, as you say, it's incredible to be able to use that technology for good and to actually have it benefit people. And yes, of course, there are dangers and concerns with artificial intelligence, and it's something that we need to be acutely aware of. But in a package like this, hopefully it's something that people can at least understand and, you know...
I tell you what I like about it, because there are advantages, you know, that we could all get out of this. But like for those people who are, you know, we use the term neurodiverse, you're thinking of you know, things like autism and all these sort of things where people process things differently.
Yes.
Right. The fact that this has the potential, at least, to bring everyone up to a level playing field.
Well, this, again, is the irony, is when we created this for the deaf and hard of hearing, we're actually giving them superpowers. Actually, someone wearing this all of a sudden is more capable than, you know, someone without wearing it, and that's what's really, really exciting about this.
What started you off in this? I mean, what prompted you to start developing?
Well, there was a funny story, actually. So there were two founders. I was in Canada. One of our other founders was in Seattle. My granddad was 96 at the time and had lost almost all of his hearing. Paul, our Chief Product Officer, it was his dad who had lost his hearing, and we both came up with almost the exact same idea at the exact same time of real-time subtitles, and by complete fluke, we both happened to know the same person. We both pitched the same idea to the same person, and he was like, oh, maybe you two should talk to each other. And
isn't that interesting?
so that was the marvel of social media and the internet, that, you know, two people on the other side of the planet found each other with the same idea at the same time, and went ahead and...
Where's your other
created it.
co-founder from?
He's from Seattle.
Oh, Seattle.
And then there were 6 other co-founders as well, so there were quite a few of us. Tim Scarf, Keith Duggar, Jackie Press, Mitchell Feldman, myself and Paul and Mike Van Klink as our FD, and there's another 4 of us now as well, so we're growing every day.
A meeting of minds.
Do you know, I just find it so fascinating, and you sort of think this is the first step in something that at the end of the day we will all have. Oh, what have you got there?
And I couldn't help but...
Oh, yes.
So we were super excited last night, in fact. You can see it there.
Last night?
Last night to win the National Technology Award Tech Startup of the Year.
Wow.
So that was
good on you.
Quite incredible.
Well,
and the app is available. You don't need the glasses to use it. So if you want to experience it without the glass, just go onto Apple Store or Google Store, download the app and use it.
Yeah, well, brilliant stuff. I just think this is going to be embedded into everything that we do, and all glasses and everything else before that many years. I can see it coming.
Thank you so
Love
much.
it.
You can see it coming. But
Dan, really good to see you.
Thank you for
very
having
much
me.
indeed.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you.
You see, this is like
Fascinating.
living in Star Trek.
Living in the future.
Absolutely love it. That is it from us today. We're back tomorrow morning. See you at 6 o'clock. But Esther and Phil are here next with Friday Morning.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin and this is your latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Another slightly chilly start out there this morning, but another fine and bright day lies ahead with the vast majority seeing sunny spells, all because of high pressure. Now these weather fronts are just toppling in and they are increasing the cloud across parts of northern Scotland at times, but away from the far north, most of us, as I say, are set fair. And it's not clear blue skies everywhere this morning. There are some areas of cloud, even a bit of mist first thing, but that is clearing away. The cloud will tend to break up, and for most it will be a day of sunny spells. Bit of a breeze blowing across the south coast at times and across northern Scotland, where the cloud continues to thicken. A little bit of drizzle is possible over the Western Isles and this afternoon over the Highlands, but most places won't see that. Dry and bright and quite warm actually after a fresh start, more widely up to 20 degrees Celsius, 22, perhaps 23 across the southwest. It will be cooler on many coasts with the breeze coming in from the sea. Now we'll see a bit of light drizzle across the Northern Isles for a time this evening, but otherwise, again, a fine Friday evening, clear spells, again allowing temperatures to drop down into single figures as we start Saturday. Temperatures will drop down to 8-9 degrees, but in rural spots we could be quite a bit lower than that. So, as I say, we'll feel fairly fresh for Saturday morning. Another change coming into the northwest, another weather front bringing thicker cloud and some light rain during Saturday over the Highlands and the Western Isles, perhaps as far south as Argyll. But from the central belt southwards, most places again dry and fine on Saturday, lengthy spells of sunshine and pleasantly warm in that sunshine after a cool start, more widely again up over 20 Celsius. Cooler in the far north of Scotland with more cloud here, and that line of rain is a cold front which will introduce cooler conditions for most of us as we go through the weekend. But the bank holiday is still promising a lot of fine weather with plenty of strong sunshine. Goodbye.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle.
Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Good morning and welcome to Friday Morning with Esther and Phil here on GB News. And it's a very busy show as always, so let's see what's coming up.
An 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police van responding to an emergency call in Lancashire. We'll bring you the latest.
And there are growing concerns over security around Whitehall. It comes after a car crashed into the gates of Downing Street. Police have made 1 arrest but are not treating it as terror-related.
Plus, is the civil service hounding out the Conservative Party? Former head of PR for Downing Street, Giles Kenningham, will give us his take.
And Prince William, ahead of next month's 6th anniversary of the Grenfell Tower tragedy, is visiting those who provided support for bereaved families. Our royal reporter is in West London.
And as ever this morning, we want to hear from you, so do get involved in the show. Email us on gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews. But before we start, here's the headlines with the wonderful Tatiana.
Phil, thank you very much and good morning. This is the latest from the GB Newsroom. Retail sales grew by 0.5% last month, following a fall of 1.2% in March. The Office for National Statistics says it's the highest increase since August 2021. Meanwhile, non-food stores saw a 1% increase, recovering from a 1.8% decline in March due to poor weather conditions. Strategy and Insight Director Andy Mulcahy says an increase in sales on non-food items are a good indicator of the current economic status.
Non-food is kind of terminology for it's not essential for you to buy, right? So it's things like clothes and home items, electronics, things like that. So that tells you about discretionary spend. Now, because everybody's under so much financial pressure, that is the area where you look at and think, well, if people have got a bit of money they don't mind spending on clothing and things like that, then that's actually kind of a good indicator. You know, we are scratching around a little bit for positive economic news.
The First Minister of Wales will chair a community meeting in Cardiff after the deaths of 2 teenagers sparked a riot. 16-year-old Kyrie Sullivan and 15-year-old Harvey Evans were killed while riding an e-bike. The police watchdog is investigating after CCTV footage emerged showing a police van following the teens before their deaths. Cars were set alight and windows smashed in the violence, with 9 people remaining arrested following the disorder. An 11-year-old boy is in a critical condition after being hit by a police car in Lancaster. The force says it was attending an emergency call when the collision occurred last night. The officers are working to establish what happened and refer the incident to the police watchdog. Russia has warned it will launch a preemptive strike if the West gives Ukraine nuclear weapons. It follows the Ukrainian capital reporting an increased danger of Russian missile strikes in the early hours of this morning. The Kyiv military says anti-aircraft defences are working and warned residents of increased missile danger. The Prince of Wales will meet Grenfell survivors and bereaved families ahead of the 6th anniversary of the tragedy. Prince William will also visit Queen's Park Rangers Football Club to find out how they provided support following the aftermath of the tower blaze. The Grenfell fire claimed 72 lives in 2017. Now, the FBI has released files showing a potential plot to assassinate the late Queen Elizabeth during a